Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Library of Congress National Book Festival. I'm Sherry Werb, the director of the Library of Congress's Center for Learning, Literacy, and Engagement. And on behalf of all of us at the library, we're thrilled that you're here. This is the 25th time we've produced the National Book Festival, and I want to thank former First Lady Laura Bush and the Librarian of Congress at the time, James Billington, for having the vision to found this festival and everything it stands for. We hope you'll visit us at the Library of Congress on Capitol Hill to do research about subjects you're interested in, or to see the beautiful Jefferson Building, or to attend one of our Live at the Library events when we keep the library open until 8:30 p.m. on Thursday nights and present dynamic free events. You can be part of making free events like the National Book Festival and monthly family days possible by joining the Friends of the Library of Congress. In addition to public programs, Library Friends help extend the library's reach in so many ways, from creating new educational resources, to supporting interns and fellows, to increasing access to digital content. Gifts from friends allow people everywhere to benefit from the library's rich collections and programs. Consider becoming a friend. Find out more at loc.gov/friends. Now, I'm delighted to welcome you to this session celebrating our U.S. Poet Laureates, featuring three most recent poet laureates, Tracy K. Smith, Joy Harjo, and Ada Limón, on stage for the first time together. When I first started my work at the library, I had the chance to travel with Tracy to South Dakota as part of her signature laureate project, American Conversations, celebrating poems in rural communities. Her visit to a community center in Belle Fourche, an art center in Spearfish, South Dakota, and the public library in Sturgis, organized with the South Dakota Center for the Book, showed me how the laureate can help work towards the library's vision to connect to all Americans wherever they are. In the 7 years since, I've seen how Tracy, Joy, and Ada have expanded the position and its reach in their own ways. By creating a story map showing contemporary Native poets across a map of the country with no state boundaries, for instance, and creating a new collection in the library's American Folklife Center. Or by working with other federal agencies such as NASA and the National Park Service to write a poem for a space mission searching for signs of life, or put poems on picnic tables in some of our country's most cherished parks. My staff and I work to create inspiring experiences that connect to the library, and I can't imagine a more inspiring experience than the conversation to follow. Leading the conversation will be the Capitol's own superstar book reviewer and poetry champion, Washington Post book world critic Ron Charles. Joining them on stage will be Rob Casper, who has overseen the U.S. Poet Laureate program for the Library of Congress for almost 15 years. Before I welcome all on stage, though, I want to give you some important news. We are set to announce our new U.S. Poet Laureate soon, not today, mid-September. Unfortunately, I don't get to announce it, but it will be a great choice. And they will give their opening reading at the library's historic Coolidge Auditorium on Thursday, October 9th, as part of our Live at the Library series, so mark your calendars. Free tickets are available at loc.gov beginning on Thursday, September 18th. Our new laureate will have big shoes to fill, especially because of the three amazing laureates here today. Please join me in welcoming them.
3 poets laureate on the stage for the first time. We're going to have a contest to come up with a collective sound for a group of poets. Like, is it a stanza of poets? Stay tuned. Rob, we've all heard of the poet laureate, but how does one actually become poet laureate of the United States?
Well, you become poet laureate of the United States when you get an email from me saying, hey, I have a call or a Zoom I'd like to set up. And then suddenly you discover yourself talking to the Librarian of Congress who offers you the position. So from the perspective of our 3 poets laureate on stage, that's what happened. From the library's perspective, there's a whole process that involves nominations from over 120 nominees in different categories across the country. It's a whole weighted system, and it's an internal committee led by me that then puts forward a nomination memorandum to the librarian, and then the librarian, who by law selects the poet laureate, does her thing. So
there's not like a rhyming contest.
Yeah. No. It's pretty it's a pretty well developed process. We've been doing it this way over the last decade, and yeah, I'm really happy for how many literary experts across the country in different states help us appoint the poet laureate, or help us recommend the appointment for the librarian.
That's great. I asked each of the poets to read a poem for us, 2 poems actually, and they told us this morning that they are going to read new poems for the first time here. So, should we just go down the line and have each of you read a poem for us? That's a great way to get started.
Okay. I'm so excited. And I'm excited to read a new poem. I was talking yesterday with a group of poets laureate from across the country that it's hard to write poems while you're in such a position. And so every time I feel like I have a new poem, I'm reminded that yes, I am a poet. It's a good feeling. This is an untitled poem. It's part of a sequence. I'll read another poem from this same sequence at the end of our session. The children of trees sprout up from dirt, up through pine litter, up past grass. Formed and waiting from before their birth is the seed of an idea, feasting on air, pushing ever down toward the wet heart of the earth. Emissaries of ecstasy built from stars, the children of trees are heirs of silence. But the owl breaks open with its cries. Innocence, eloquence, the science holding the world within intact. And so may it be for my children, my tall saplings, whose eyes see at once out and in, whose home is kept within the shade and the wind and the history of trees. All history is the history of trees. I see my sons in a cherry grove, luxurious in bloom, swaying, twirling in wind. My young trees, my once seedling sons, who hear and heed the voice of the blossoms. This beauty is not us, but it rises through us and is a source of joy. Joy floods me for my willing sons, who aimed their perfect souls at the earth and me on it. The children of trees are children, like the children of rabbits, humans, and doves. Their thin branches bounce when you approach. They are so eager to be met. They will play a game with your shadow. Laughter escapes their body through the tips of their leaves. It pains me to remember the summer a young cousin took an axe to the maple sapling my father grew from a seed. He must have stood there for a moment before going to find a weapon. And for that little while, did the tree trust him? Is this why my sons cry easily? And why their tears tears seemed to leak from their eyes like rain, rushing to quench, to heal the earth. Their sister sat cradled in the arms of a young bearberry tree, books and trading cards nestled in its crook. Lithe and straight-backed as a sapling, shoeless and sure-footed, my daughter taught me to stride fearless over the Pachysandra, despite slugs, despite slick, moss-covered rocks, gaze fixed on the sunlight dancing on far flickering leaves. My children, my forest, I am afraid to tell you, but must, about the men, once saplings themselves, who have gone off looking for axes. They will be back soon, and oh, my children, they too reject the distinction between children and trees.
Never follow Tracy K. Smith. Just getting those words tattooed on me. This is a poem that I wrote for the National Climate Assessment, and I've been thinking about that congressionally mandated report quite a bit. And I was thinking about, as Tracy was reading her poem, thinking about how we can move collectively. When I wrote this poem, I met with a bunch of the scientists that worked on this report here in DC, and one of the women followed me out and said, I know you have to write this report, or write this poem for the front matter of this report, but do me a favor, don't make it nostalgic. And so this is a poem about moving forward. Startlement. It is a forgotten pleasure, the pleasure of the unexpected blue-bellied lizard staring off his sunspot rock, the flicker of an unknown bird by the bus stop, to think perhaps we are not distinguishable, and therefore no loneliness can exist here. Species to species in the same blue air, smoke, wing flutter buzzing, a car horn coming. So many unknown languages to think we have only honored this strange human tongue. If you sit by the riverside, you see a culmination of all things upstream. We know now we were never at the circle center. Instead, all around us, something is living, trying to live. The world says, what we are becoming together. The world says, one type of dream has ended, and another has just begun. The world says, once we were separate, but now we must move in unison.
Well, now I have to follow Tracy and Ada. It's funny when you write poetry, I've learned not to go to follow where I think it should go, but listen. And this poem went awry immediately to someplace. It's called Overwhelm. And we were talking about hotel rooms and various hotel rooms we have been part of, and this came out of one of them in a small town in Colorado. Overwhelm. There was a door between the men arguing and me in the small town hotel when I returned late to my room. Then they went quiet, which can be more dangerous. I became stealthy in my mind. Bad spirits find doorways and stupor. I used to seek lift from the overwhelm and drink. I'd ride over the meadow of doubt flowers to the field of miracles where anything was possible in the blur. I never drank alone. It was the circle that drew me from the haunting to the waters. We remembered songs that we thought we had forgotten, and we were beautiful beyond belief. The profane danced wildly with the sublime. How ridiculous now to think we were happy in the quick shelter we sought from truth. I now understand how a whole country can drink from the waters of illusion and go down, and how easy fury can turn the gunshots, then give way to torpor. I needed a respite from the story, then as in now. I counted the steps from midnight to home, to your arms. The dark skies of eternity were lit with small fires. They showed me the way.
Thank you all so much. Tracy, what's it like? I mean, you get this call, probably out of nowhere, and you're asked, would you like to be the U.S. Poet Laureate? How did you react?
I was startled. And I was also moved to really think about what it meant to serve the art form and to serve the country. I got that call in 2017, and it was the beginning, it seems to me now, or a beginning, of a vocabulary of vision, mistrust, simplification that felt new to me. And there was a sense poetry is ever more urgent at times, like these, like this one.
Right.
But it was also a daunting time to think about moving into the public, professing truth as I see it. And so I had to think about it.
So you didn't say yes, yes, yes.
I feel embarrassed of myself because I said to Dr. Hayden, you know, this beautiful blessing of a human. I said, I am so honored. Can I just think about this for one day? Because I really wanted to be able to rise to that occasion.
Sure.
And I wanted to think about what that would mean in my life, in my body, in my mind. And I think she was a little bit taken aback by that. I know she was because she shared that with me later. But then we reconnected, and I said, I am absolutely eager and grateful. And it's a charge that allows you to really learn why poetry matters to you, and to learn how the nation matters to you.
That's weighty. That's worth thinking about.
I mean, we all should think about questions analogous to those. What is your calling? Why does it matter to you? And why are you here? What are you able to offer by way of that calling and the convictions that you hold? You don't have to wait for Dr. Hayden to call you to kind of ask those questions.
Right, right. I enjoy the British Poet Laureate traditionally. I don't think it's the same anymore, but it was an official position, and you would write about state weddings and other official births and things like that. It came with a certain amount of prescribed responsibilities, but the U.S. Poet Laureate isn't like that. What instructions do you get?
Well, I've always gave thanks that I was the Poet Laureate of Great Britain because of that. They have to. Can you imagine? Yeah. With everything that's gone on, writing poetry. Well, we do write poetry. Poetry encapsulates everything that's going on. We talk about in our metaphorical and the language beyond language, the language beyond words. We really talk about the spirit about what's going on. But what's the question?
Is there like a manual they give you? Here, do this.
No, actually, I remember Rob saying that it's up to every poet, up to every poet what you do with it. It is, and I reminded Rob and the staff when they had me working really hard that we said that it was an honorary position. But you craft crafted according, you know, it's crafted. I guess it's evolved too. It's evolved from the beginning of it. But you craft, you know, what you're going to, how you're going to step into that position. And like Tracy, I didn't say, all of that you said ran through my mind quickly when I was asked. I thought, my first thought though was, I had just told my agent that I didn't want any more interviews. I was tired of being interviewed. And the first thing I thought, oh no. But you know, it was something I felt like, I still feel, it's all our positions are service positions. Even if you're king, even if you're king of everything, you're in a service position. And I realized, you know, in that moment where all these questions started running through my mind, because I thought, you know, is this something, I knew, you know, there's things that you know, your spirit knows, you know, like to become a poet, can you imagine being a single mother with 2 children, going to school, trying to get a degree when all the Native students were going into law and useful, you know, to law education, and to announce that you're going to be a poet? That makes no sense at all. But there's a knowing there. And I think with this position, I have stepped into things. Sometimes it didn't make sense to anybody, with poetry. And so that's, you know, that's the story.
Excellent. Ada, how does it change one's life to become poet laureate?
Yeah.
It does, I suppose.
Yeah. I think there's sort of multiple ways that it changes your life. And one of them is, I think, that you start to really think about what it is that you believe in. And I think you get asked so many times, how does poetry do this? Right? And you start to think, does it do that? And you know, there's a moment where it wobbles you a little bit off of whatever certainty that you might hold in your heart. And you start to wonder, can language have possibilities? Can the human soul be revived through the arts? Can, you know, all of these things.
Those are big.
Yeah, these big questions that become really questions of your life. And I think for me, it allowed for a opening of possibilities and a curiosity of who I was and what my purpose was. And I think that it has changed me and altered me in ways that have doubled down on some things and released other things. And I think there's a part of me that came away, you know, I just finished in April, technically May, and there was a part of me at the end that said, well, all of this is an illusion anyway, right? Like, what is reality even? You know, everyone's like, how are you now? What are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm becoming stranger. And I believe it. I'm getting weirder. But I think it does allow for this. You just keep asking yourself so many different kinds of questions in a public platform through one of the most ethereal, beautiful art forms that allow for endless curiosity and endless possibility. So in some ways, it's a deep building and a deep unraveling at the same time.
That's deep. That's very deep. It's just, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that, or if you don't know this, that there was a law that established the poet laureateship in 1985. And according to the law, the poets laureate do not need to take on a project. They're appointed by the librarian based on merit. And there's just been this kind of culture of poets taking on projects that they care about. And I mean, these 3 poets laureate here, I think, took on amazingly wonderful complementary projects, but we didn't ask them to do that when we first made the call.
It comes with a modest honorarium and a gorgeous, gorgeous office, right?
Yeah.
Overlooking the Capitol building. Yeah. I want to talk about those projects. It strikes me as curious that each of you designed projects that got you out of Washington. We call you here and then you immediately go away. I'll stop on that theme. Tracy, can you tell us how you went about identifying a need and then developed a poetry project that could in some way address it or meet it.
You know how sometimes people say, if you can articulate to yourself a sense of what you want to do, the universe will find a way to make that possible. Mm-hmm. So I had just been thinking, America is arguing all the time. We have doubled down on our vocabulary of combat. We have opinions and we wield them. Politics is but one context of many in which we do that. And I was thinking, God, you know, if poetry could come into some of these spaces, we wouldn't be so hostile toward one another, because poems insist that you let your guard down and that you lean toward another voice, a stranger's voice, and really listen. You know the way you listen sometimes when you're just learning another language, you have to really give your whole body, your whole memory, all of your senses to that act. Poems require or allow us to enter into that mode. And I thought, you know, if we could just go into spaces where people don't hold the same views and say, forget about talking about policy, let's talk about these poems. What do you notice? You know, what does it remind you of? And then, months later, I got this phone call, and after all of my apprehensions settled, I said, I know what my project is. I know exactly what my project is. I want to have conversations in communities where literary happenings don't occur, in communities where maybe my views are very different from the prevailing views or patterns. And I want poetry to allow us to be real together and to honor one another. And so American Conversations came out of that, which was a project of visiting rural communities armed with a little anthology of poems by other living American poets. It's called American Journal. And just saying in spaces, sometimes like these, sometimes in like community center, you know, like rooms, okay, let's read this poem a couple times and let's just talk. And people proved my theory to be correct, that we could really go deep into ourselves, our memories, our questions, our vulnerabilities, and we could just share. We were different from one another. There were certainly sites of overlap, but it wasn't an occasion to defend our positions, but rather to say, I see how you could get that out of that image. You know what it reminds me of is this thing that happened, and then suddenly someone's telling you their life. So that was a blessing and a gift. Yeah.
Poetry sometimes labors under the misimpression that it's for sophisticated people, that it's for poetry people, that it's difficult. Your project worked against that in a very specific way. Can you remember a moment where somebody who came thinking, I'm not a poetry person, left thinking, maybe I am a poetry
It happened a lot. And I think, you know, okay, these people did choose to come.
Yeah, so
that is one foot in the door, but sometimes people came just because it was an event in a town that didn't have a ton of events, or yeah, they wanted to join someone. I was in a space where we were reading, I can't remember the particular poem, but there were some young people, there was an older guy, and suddenly he looked up after hearing all of these different perspectives, and after having said, you know, I don't really read a lot of poetry, I might not have a whole lot to say, he said, wait, I get it. A poem is something you pour into your own filter, and something of the poem settles in it. But my filter is different from your filter, and so what settles for you is going to be different. And, you know, on a different day, my filter might be, he just had this beautiful, you know,
that's cool.
metaphor
nice.
for what poems do, which I think is really accurate.
Yeah, can you tell us how the Slow Down Poetry podcast evolved from this?
Yeah, well, that was such a, you know, I felt like it was a gift that I got to experience, because you know, and Rob and the library folks were at each of these events, but we were moving around the country. These were one-off sessions, and so many wonderful modes of connection happened. And I said, I can't do this forever. And I like the feeling that even, you know, of thinking together with others. So radio, which always has felt to me like a very intimate medium, you know, goes into your ear. You feel like you're alone with those voices, together with others who are invisible to you, but also listening intently. And so it seemed like maybe offering listeners a little runway into a poem that they had never heard before, presumably, and then reading the poem could invite a similar kind of process in the, you know, the space of the ethers.
Right.
And now, you know, Ada has taken over, and then Major Jackson, and now Maggie Smith. So it's got a life of its own, and I think it's reaching different people in different ways by way of how it's being curated and the vision of that voice in the ear as well.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Joy, Tracy's project was about bringing poetry into rural communities, and you brought attention to voices in the land with your project, Living Nations, Living Words. Tell us about how that project grew out of your own experience.
Well, one thing is it was historic. I was the first native poet, Muskogee Creek, to become poet laureate. And I thought, people don't even know there are natives, and people don't even know that we're poets. And I thought, well, they need to know there's a lot of native poets.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And the other part of it, too, again, it comes down to Tracy's going into communities, is to come up with a map. I've always loved maps. So went over, one thing I loved is going to the different departments and checking out what they have, and the staff were great. So we went to the maps and found a map that had no state lines, none of the dividing lines, or none of the names that came about in English, and just water. I always say the sky too, but water. And we got a hold of several native poets, contemporary native poets, and asked them to pick a poem about place and place themselves. Some people place themselves on their reservations, some in their lands of origin before they were removed by the US government, and so they placed themselves and then contributed a poem and a discussion about being in that place. But the next part, but we didn't have the staff, the time, et cetera, to do it, was to put all native poets from time immemorial on there, and all American poets, because, you know, we all have associations with each other and we influence each other. I came up with, you know, knowing June Jordan, Audre Lorde was a mentor, Adrienne Rich, and I remember loving the poems of Etheridge Knight. And so we have these connections and so that was the next part, maybe one of these days, was to show, one, that there are native poets, but also this land, you know, it's what I liked about your poem with the trees. It's like we are all part of one being. Yeah.
How do you think that map, when you see that map, it's online, right? It's available online. How do you think that can help alert us or show us the presence of these native voices in places most of us had no idea?
I think so. A lot of people don't know they have poets in their community. I remember growing up, I mean, maybe I would have become a poet sooner, because we didn't have the poems we read in school, too. It wasn't like now. I think there's a lot more, or there was, you know, a lot more reading of poetry of all Americans. But at that point, my idea of a poet in elementary school was an old white guy in a trench coat declaiming poetry, and it was raining. And there were daffodils nearby. You know, and that was my idea of a poet. And it wasn't until I started hearing, you know, native poets and then black poets, and I studied some of the poetry in West Africa, because I was thinking native poets and these connections. But that was part of the, you know, the conception of this map, a map of connection.
And many native traditions have an oral tradition.
Yes.
You've talked about the musical nature of poetry. Can you tell us how this map, you know, serves that purpose?
Right, to hear it. It's orality. Poetry comes out of orality. It's, you know, it's music. As one guy who writes about dreaming said, poetry is singing on, Robert Moss, poetry is singing on paper. And the roots of poetry go back. I mean, that's how I came to music, to poetry and music, was my mother's songwriting. And the poems that she learned in the two-room schoolhouse she grew up, you know, went up to 8th grade in, was they had to memorize poems, and we had to memorize poems in 5th grade,
and recite
which we all dreaded.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think we loved it at the same time. Yeah.
And Rob, you can talk about the technology behind this. You go to this site and you...
Yeah, it is an ArcGIS story map. So you scroll through this map that shows the locations of the poets, and you can click on their various locations. The map, as you move through it, highlights particular poets, but you can listen to them read. And not only can you listen to them read on that map, but Joy's project helped the library start its first ever laureate collection of native voices in the American Folklife Center. And basically those are the audio recordings and some record of them, the poets reading their poems and then talking about their poems and place. So the audio and the visual are really intrinsically connected.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing it was digital too, because my term was all through COVID. It was during COVID.
Right, of course, yeah. And Joy, I'm thinking that we think of technology as like erasing history, of moving forward, forgetting the past, but you've turned technology in a very clever way to counter that, haven't you?
Yes.
This map. I mean, I know there were programmers and things involved.
Yeah, I didn't do it personally myself.
Yeah, it was your idea.
Used it. It's a tool. I mean, it
is an amazing thing.
A tool.
Yeah. Is there an easy website, or can we find it just by going to the LOC?
LOC.gov.
Yeah.
Search for Living Nations, Living Words.
Okay.
Or go to the poetry page, poetry and literature page.
Okay. Ada, so much about modern life has separated us from nature. And can you tell us how your project, you are here, Poetry in the Natural World, how was that designed to counter that alienation?
Yeah, I remember sitting in the office of the Poet Laureate and Rob saying, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you want to do a project? What is it? And I just looked out the window and I said, I don't know. All I want to do is write poems and save the planet. And he was like, yeah, but what can we do? And I spent a lot of time actually looking at Tracy's incredible project and Joy's incredible project and thinking about what it could be to work in a way that repairs our relationship with the natural world in some way. And of course I thought about national parks and land in general, especially when sometimes it can be difficult to love the country. I was always finding a way to love it through the land, through the natural landscape, river, sky. And for me, it felt like this was an opportunity to work and partner with these federal agencies that were doing really beautiful work already, the national parks, for example. And so we started working with the national parks, and our goal was to start out with putting a legacy poem into national parks that represented the 7 different regions of the United States. And
what do you mean, putting them in?
So we have them on these accessible picnic tables. And I say accessible because they were designed by Harper's Ferry so that you can, if you're in a wheelchair, you can wheel up and be at the same height, which a lot of picnic tables don't have that opportunity, but they have a sort of one longer side. And they're beautiful, and they're made out of this particular material that withstands a lot of weather, because they're in Mount Rainier, et cetera. And then I would have a poem. We chose the poems. I worked with the Poetry Society of America to choose poems that would fit on the picnic table. We wanted them to be whole poems, so not just a part of a poem, but primarily whole poems. And then we wanted them to speak back to the land in some way. And we also wanted, it was important for me that there was a prompt on these picnic tables that allowed people to think about what they might say back to the landscape. Because when I was thinking about ways to repair our relationship with the planet, it felt like all we ever did was take. And was there something we could do that was giving? And even if it was a poem or a thank you, or an I'm sorry, could that be a way of opening the conversation with the natural world that would give us a feeling of connection?
That's lovely. Is there something particular about poetry that makes it an effective way to counter the kind of despair some of us are feeling about the natural world?
You know, I think that because of poetry's work with the breath, because breath is built into the line breaks, in its precarious relationship with the sentence, it allows for the line breaks to have a pause, have breath, have space. It requires you to slow down. And because of that, you can be present in places. When you read that poem, you feel it in your body. You are more at ease and more aware of what's in your vision, what's in your, you know, the sonics of the bird sound, all of that. It allows you to slow down and notice.
We talk about getting lost in a book, but I do think that where you're reading does affect your experience of reading. And you've put poems outside. How do you think being outside and reading a poem affects one's experience of the poem?
Yeah, I think about that quite a bit. You know, if you read a poem called Uppermost by A.R. Ammons, and it's on the top of Mount Rainier, right? You have a different relationship with that poem, and that poem is going to strike you in a different way. And that poem is about what it is to be the last pebble on top of the peak. You know, there's no more wanting. There's this air, this feeling of, you know, I mean, this poem is really exceptional. It's very short, but it opens and opens and opens. And I feel like that kind of relationship with the language and the land is something that I knew I wanted, and it wasn't until the Library of Congress and the different federal partners helped me to articulate into action.
That's great. Can't wait to see one of those parks, benches, picnic tables. One of your poems is literally out of this world.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was asked by NASA to write a poem that would be inscribed on the spacecraft, the Europa Clipper, and then launched into space and into the, hoping to get to the orbit of the second moon of Jupiter, which is Europa.
Which is quite a ways away.
Quite a ways away. Yes, it's still traveling. It'll be traveling for another 5 years.
Wow.
How far will it be away from us when it arrives?
Yeah, I feel like I know that. I knew that at some point.
It's millions of miles.
I'm really bad with numbers.
Yeah, but it's a long way.
Yeah, it's a long way away.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, and so we took the call in Brett's office at the Library of Congress, and the email was very funny because it said Bert from NASA here. I thought it was it was it was spam, like it was a friend, you know, like messing with you. Bert from NASA here, and they really presented all of these things about the interest in Europa, in the second moon of Jupiter. It's an icy water moon that they believe has all of the ingredients for life. Although I've learned that NASA doesn't like for you to talk about aliens.
Okay.
They also don't like it when you ask to touch things in the clean room.
It's right there in the name.
Yeah. I was like, it's clean. What if I wear a suit? I really wanted to wear a suit, I think. But they didn't let me go inside. But yeah, so I was asked to do that. I had that moment where I said yes, and then I thought, how am I supposed to write this poem?
Yeah.
You know, and then of course, for me, because of my interest and rootedness on this planet, I thought, well, it's a poem for out there, but really it's a poem for right here.
Right.
And really it's a poem for everybody on this earth and for the earth itself.
Boy. Now I'm going to ask you to read poems again.
Again?
Tracy, would you read another poem for us?
We have to do this more often. Lots of...
We'll be back here next Saturday.
Sometimes I dream of a steep hill dotted with trees where but who do I mean by we? Will one day find ourselves sitting, staring out onto evidence of the end. It won't be sad. Nothing will have ended but what had already revealed itself to be insufficient. Small fires will burn, mounds of ember and ash, I keep trying to touch the name of the feeling that will have settled in our bodies by then. After knowledge and regret, after hope and steadier, more certain because more honest. More honest because we will by then have seen our biggest lies, the final and most dire, shatter above us in the common sky, taking away everything with them that needed to go. I see us there on the hill, but who do I mean by us? Some combing fingers through long tufts of grass, others leaning back on our hands or hugging our own bent knees, watching in the same direction, out and down upon the passive distance. All of us? All, I guess? Nothing remaining to battle over, nothing to hide, no rewards for what we've long prized. I see us astonished, finally, and each differently. Some of the forest of us at home in the silence, others talking softly in our original voices.
That's good.
Beautiful. I love the ending of that. Now I'm going to think about our original voices. I love that. I'll read the poem that is engraved on the spacecraft. And I'll say that it's engraved in my own handwriting. And I asked Lawrence from NASA, I said, now, did you know that I had good handwriting? Did you think that I had good handwriting? And he said, I had no idea. I was like, that's a big risk. Like, what if I, dotted my eyes with hearts? I also should say that they asked me to write a poem, and they said, it couldn't be super long, right? They couldn't have another spacecraft to carry my poem. But they also said that they wanted it to be read by someone in the 4th grade level, and I immediately thought that aliens could only read at the 4th grade level. And I was sitting with Rob taking this call, and I thought, don't say that, Ada. Don't say it out loud. And then, yes, I was like, oh, no, right, it's for us. It's for us. But to dovetail with Tracy's beautiful poem, the hardest thing about this poem for me was to use the word we, because I kept trying to figure out who is we, who is us. And then I opened up, for me, the poem so that it was all creatures of the planet. In praise of mystery. Arching under the night sky, inky with black expansiveness, we point to the planets we know. We pin quick wishes on stars. From Earth, we read the sky as if it is an unerring book of the universe, expert and evident. Still, there are mysteries below our sky. The whale song, the songbird singing its call in the bough of a wind-shaken tree. We are creatures of constant awe, curious at beauty, at leaf and blossom, at grief and pleasure, sun and shadow. And it is not darkness that unites us, not the cold distance of space, but the offering of water. Each drop of rain, each rivulet, each pulse, each vein. Oh, second moon, we too are made of water, of vast and beckoning seas. We too are made of wonders, of great and ordinary loves, of small, invisible worlds, of a need to call out through the dark.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Wow.
This one is called Shapeshifter. My granddaughter, through my son, has a half-brother, and he disappeared. And we haven't found him. He left suicide notes, but rumors are he applied for a position in a casino. But all kinds of things have been happening around this story. Shapeshifter. The white deer appeared on the road to his sister as she returned from looking for him. We looked for signs everywhere. There was the wrecked car, a lost shoe, and mystery. He's been gone over 7 days, then 9, then now, somewhere in the woods, in the rain, in the forever of the spinning map of his mind. The mind hungers for water over rocks, the companionship of trees, and how light and the winds play together against the skin of the earth. All we have is the evidence left in his tracks. A favored brother in a house without a father, a boy who liked cars and dinosaurs, a man without a map who loved his mother, a phantom who convinced him to run from a story in which he no longer saw himself. It must have been something like this as he sunk down into the earth, to know himself again as earth, as he began to hear himself dream again. First, it was the deer's heart that changed him, how it made a song like a lullaby, in a time long before there were human words to hurt him. The song memorized him. Then those luminous eyes that could see through the night, the tender ears turning toward each even imperceptible sound. That nose, a silky antenna, the graceful being who could leap any obstacle of fear or shame or for the wild joy of it. I am a white deer, he said, as he escaped through the trees. I am the first light of awakening and the last light of leaving. Then no one, not even the haunting, could find him.
Wow.
Would you all be willing to take a question or two?
Sure.
I think there are microphones out there. Yes, I see one there and one there. Be brief.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll try. I'm a poet as well, so that's hard for me. I was going to ask, are there poets you're reading right now, and what poets, or how did you come to their work, either previously or the thing that you are reading right now, if that's somebody that you've been reading previously?
I've been reading a lot of Rumi lately, a poet I had never really dwelt with. And in part, it's a theological appetite that his voice feeds. And in part, it has to do with the wild risks and journeys that his poems remind me poetry has long, been invested in making possible.
I've been reading a lot of Francisco X. Alarcon's work and be reminded of what it is to see work translated right on the page. And then I'm also spending a lot of time, this is such a poetry answer, but with Emily Dickinson. It turns out she's really good, you guys. But I really, the mystery of her work is just, it's still expansive and astounding.
I've been listening to and reading a lot of song lyrics. I'm the Bob Dylan Center Artist in Residence, and I've been put into situations singing and with things I never thought I would do. But I've been reading Rosanne Cash's memoir and listening to and reading her lyrics. And she always leads to poets. This one poem by Philip Larkin about the, what is it? I don't have this right notebook here. But, it's like one poem leads you to another, to another, to another. I taught a class like that once, where students brought in their favorite poem. It couldn't be their own. And then we looked at who their favorite
Yeah.
who taught them, and that was the class.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Yes, over here.
Hi. So this is a question for any of you or all of you, but Ada, you mentioned at the beginning how you wrote a poem to go at the beginning of a congressional study, and then NASA asked you to write a poem to go into space.
Yeah.
What is it like to write on demand, like
Yeah.
given a prompt like that or request?
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible.
That's it.
No, I find I have so much respect and awe for people who can write occasional poems and really respond to a prompt. I think that they were really, it's very hard, it's very difficult for me. And I think in both cases, I said yes to the right things. I really believe in a wholehearted yes, that they were the right projects. I said no, as I'm sure both of these people have said many times, no to requests for commissions or things that don't feel right. So I think a lot of it was about feeling right about those projects. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi there. As an ego poet, I just want to say y'all are my heroes. And first of all, I wanted to ask how you go about condensing these massive ideas and emotions you may have about the climate into short packets of poetry. And what would you say is your rough success rate in terms of writing things that hit versus things that just sort of stay in the draft pile?
Who's taking that first?
Yeah.
Well, I would take the first part of it is that you bring it small, and you bring it close to your heart. You know, even if it's something huge, you have to bring it in to, and bring it very close to you.
And sometimes that sense of compression is late in the game.
Yeah.
You know, I love to be able to spill
Right.
and then discover what the poem is, discover what the question is that the poem emerges from, and then that might mean it usually means it will change. I don't think about hits and misses that much. I think the things that maybe have so far missed have a lifespan of use that might be still, you know, in the future. I save everything. I trust that maybe, and if not, sometimes I say, the one sentence from this poem that seems to have failed could be in a spleen or a liver that another poem needs transplanted, you know, down the line. So hold on to that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
Yeah.
feel the same way. I do throw away a lot of things, but I trust that they will come back.
Right.
And they'll come back at the right time when it's needed. I write a lot, and when I don't return to what I've written, I know it's not what I want to explore at the time, and I let that be.
Yeah. I have a bone pile that goes alongside what I'm writing, and I put those things in it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that, a bone pile.
Yeah.
Well, I trust you will all come back when you're needed. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Robert Newland. I'm the Acting Librarian of Congress. Thank you. Thank you. Which is a real honor and privilege. And this is my 7th introduction today. I am very, very lucky. But first, I need to know, are you having a good time? Yeah. So glad. It's so glad. And could I ask you, I want to recognize our fabulous volunteers. They are, and there's my favorite volunteer, Kathy Woodrell. Kathy, stand up so we can applaud. Long time and very famous librarian at the Library of Congress, and we miss you. So come on back, I did. So I have a confession to make to all of you. When I found out that Geena Davis was going to be speaking here and that Mac Barnett was going to be interviewing her, I decided to pull rank. And I said, I want to meet both of them. I want to do that intro. So that's one of the advantages of being a Librarian of Congress. You can make these things happen. And I thought, well, might as well take advantage of it while I can. But right now, I have the pleasure of introducing you to a very exciting session we're calling Geena Davis Makes Space with Her Picture Book. I'm sure many, if not all of us, have seen Geena Davis in movies such as Beetlejuice, yes, Thelma and Louise. Oh. I lost count after seeing it 15 times. A League of Their Own, yes. And for which she won her first Academy Award, The Accidental Tourist. Having conquered the silver screen, she has also conquered television, and you may have seen her in the wonderful TV series Commander-in-Chief. Well, I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Davis on this stage as the author and illustrator of her debut picture book, The Girl Who Was Too Big for the Page. Joining her is our new Library of Congress National Ambassador for Young People's Literature, Mac Barnett. Mac is a 2-time Caldecott Honor winner whose books have sold more than 5 million copies and have been translated into more than 30 languages worldwide. Mac's ambassador platform, called Behold the Picture Book, explores the way picture books blend words and illustrations to create a uniquely powerful reading experience. And I have to tell you, I had the pleasure of introducing Mac at the annual meeting of the American Library Association in Philadelphia. And he was speaking in a theater that we had in our exposition space. So I met Mac, had everything ready to introduce. When I went out on the stage, the place was packed. You could barely move. And when he came out, there was this like thunderous applause. And I said, do you get this all the time? And he is clearly a rock star in children's literature. And after hearing him speak, I know why. He is just incredible. The last thing I want to tell you about him is who better to talk with the creator of a picture book that celebrates self-acceptance and resilience and encourages young readers to think boldly and dream even bigger, all through the character of Sheila, who literally cannot fit on the pages of a book she lives inside of. So with that, please join me in welcoming Geena Davis and Mac Barnett.
It's an odd chair.
Yeah, and it's swiveling, it's moving.
You said, you asked?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is when it gets really intense. When I have an intense question for you, it's this.
And if I don't want to answer.
Yeah, that's right. I gotta address something real quick before we even get into it. And I need you to know this, Geena, and I need everybody to know this.
Uh-oh.
As the National Ambassador for Young People's Literature, first of all, congratulations on your first picture book.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
But also, please know, I'm legally required to wear this on stage. Like, I signed a contract that I would, so that's why I'm doing this. This isn't like, can you imagine, like, what if you had to, like, wear your Oscar around your neck?
Or I brought it with me. Oh, you can't hear me? I need this, I guess. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
So just not, like, yeah.
It came less we thought.
Yes.
I always wear my medal.
Eyes up here. All right.
Awesome.
So, do you want to read for us first?
Oh, sure. What? Can you hear me if I read this? No, you can't. Okay, right. Rats. I don't have a free hand. Well, I'm gonna read you the book.
Do you need me to hold it for you or anything?
No, I think I can handle it.
All right.
For now, I can handle it.
Yep.
So, is there a screen? Oh, are they gonna show the pictures? Well, that's the, what is that?
Yes.
That's the cover. Okay. And then I think they're going to show the pictures so I don't have to show you. So anyway, so once there was a girl who lived in a book, and she was rather proud of this because she knew that people would read the book and wonder about her and want to know just what her deal was. Yeah, hey, it's working. Okay. At the beginning of the book, she was still a baby, only just crawling, but soon enough, Sheila, for that was her name, learned to walk. And she was quite pleased with herself and checked to make sure that the people reading the book took note. And in due time, Sheila got some teeth and said words, wagga, gobble, ate pizza and drew on the walls. But she did sometimes wonder if she really was interesting enough for there to be a whole book about her. When she started kindergarten, she suddenly had quite a number of friends. Some of them you never really got a good look at in the book. Sheila's best friend was so interesting and special that she marveled that Gloria didn't have a book all to herself. And all the while, she grew and got older, exactly 1 year older for every year that went by. Between third and fourth grade, Sheila and her family went away for the summer, far away from the front of the page, and people reading the book couldn't see them and couldn't tell much about what they were up to, running through the sprinklers and eating popsicles, one assumes. On the first day of fourth grade, Sheila was eager to see Gloria and her other friends and show them the cool rocks that she had collected over the summer. Oh, so that's what she'd been doing. But as she ran up to them on the playground, something didn't seem quite right. She was checking to make sure the people reading the book saw her sparkly green stone when she suddenly realized she couldn't see them. How strange. She tipped her head sideways. Oh, and there they were. Oh, goodness. Had she really grown that much during the summer? This changed everything for Sheila. She knew that as the main character of a book, it was important for the readers to be able to see her. Well, I mean, they could see her, but only about up to her neck. Morris, however, immediately saw the positive in this and wanted to be on her basketball team. She thought it might just be where she was standing, but it proved to be the same in the cafeteria and in the hallways. It was true. She had grown too big for the page. She tried standing in weird ways so that her head still showed, but it was really hard and also gave her a backache. Sheila was becoming very self-conscious. She retied her shoelaces a lot. And it didn't help that some of the kids had started to tease her and would say things like, "Hey, Sheila, how's the weather up there?" We can forgive her for that time that she replied,
I can't hear you. Why don't you try standing up? Sheila pondered her fate as she lay on the seesaw to eat her lunch. Here she was, not even able to fit in her own book unless she was lying down across 2 pages. She couldn't stop wondering if the people reading the book might be regretting it by now. She had to try harder to fit in her book. At recess, she was playing jump rope, all scrunched down, of course, calling out the rhyme, and suddenly something really bad was happening. Cinderella, dressed in yellow, made a mistake and kissed a snake. Now her voice was too big to fit on the page, too. The other kids started gasping. Oh, why was this story about her when nothing about her fit in the darn book? Maybe if she just stayed as small as possible and stopped talking, the people reading her story would lose interest and just close the book. Just then, her friend Gloria came over. Gloria said, Sheila, I have always looked up to you in more ways than one. And I like it when you're as big and loud as you really are. I like that you take up a lot of space. You should get bigger, not smaller. Sheila thought about that. Suddenly, Sheila understood why she had her own book. She needed to learn that people are valuable and special no matter what is different about them. Now, Sheila knew the answer. She wasn't too big. She just needed... Hang on, suspense. A bigger page. Sheila understood now that she didn't have to try to squish herself. She could always fit in. The world will grow as you do. You will be amazed. There we go. Thank you. Did they show the pictures?
No, I got it. It's a great book.
Thank you.
It's a great book, and it reads aloud so beautifully.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I've got some questions. We're going to go back to the beginning. I did my research.
Okay.
We're going back to the very beginning. You have said that you were a tall baby.
Yeah. Yes.
What was that like?
I wasn't that aware of it at the time because I was like lying down a lot. So
Sure.
I wasn't quite aware of it.
When
but
when you stand up.
Oh, yeah. Once I could stand up. Yeah. It's weird to be tall and little because people think you're older than you are. And so they expect more of you, and you're like still just a stupid kid.
Yeah. Did you feel self-conscious of it? Like, did you feel like, oh yeah, I'm noticeably tall, and that was something you noticed about yourself?
I mean, I did. I don't know that it bothered me exactly, but I knew that I was tall. And when I was a kid, everything in school was line up by height. For some reason. And till the day I graduated high school, I was at the end of the line.
They put you back.
Yeah. I never had a growth spurt. It was just all...
It was always...
Yeah. Just steady. Yeah.
So, all right. This is your first picture book, but you have another career. Your first career, as I understand, you are an archer. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Tell everybody a little bit about that.
Okay, so I had to learn baseball for a movie, and I had never played a sport. I was very self-conscious in high school, and the girls' basketball team was constantly begging me, please, you're the tallest girl anywhere. And I said, but I don't know how to play basketball. And they were like, just stand there. But I was very physically shy. I didn't want people to watch me do anything. So I didn't play any sports. But then I got cast as a character who's the best baseball player anyone's ever seen. So obviously I had to train, and we had excellent coaches. But they soon started saying, wow, you have a lot of untapped athletic ability.
That's the dream. That as somebody who is terrible at sports constantly myself, I have been waiting my whole life for somebody to be like, you know what?
You know what?
You know what? I actually see it in you. You actually have an untapped athletic ability. You're like, I knew it. Nobody said that to me, though.
Yeah, they did. Anyway, so I was able to pull off, playing baseball. And then I had to learn other sports for other roles, like sword fighting and horseback riding and taekwondo and pistol shooting and ice skating, pistol shooting while ice skating. Which is harder than it sounds. But, and I was kind of good at all of them. Sorry. And it made me think, well, first of all, I missed out on, being an athlete, but I wonder if I could take up a sport in the real way, not the movie version of it, and be good at it. Because as good as I actually got at playing baseball, any home run that my character hit, and I believe I only hit home runs in the movie. There's a lot of ball players like that.
That's probably what I would be like if I ever played baseball,
Well, with all your untapped
ability.
So I would do the close-up of the, the mighty swing, and then the props guys had a giant slingshot that they sent the ball over the fence with, So, and I'll between us, I'll confess, when I catch the ball, who throws it? Madonna, Rosie, somebody throws me the ball, and I catch it, and it goes whap. It was actually a squishy ball. And I had to be very careful not to squish it. Just go, and they put in a mighty whack. Anyway.
So then you say, I'm going to take up a sport the real way, and then almost
I lost my
make it to the Olympics.
Okay, so I saw...
You can go anywhere, though. I mean, I like the squish ball story. We can go.
Yeah, sure. I saw archery. I was watching the Olympics on TV in Atlanta, and there was a lot of coverage of archery because America was doing well, and I was like, wow, that is a beautiful sport. It's very, dramatic and cool looking. And I thought, I wonder if I could be good at that. So I got a coach, and he claims that at my first lesson, I asked, how old is too old to go to the Olympics in archery? That's obviously, that did not happen. I probably waited till the second lesson. That would mean I asked him that before I ever touched a bow. But anyway, I almost made the Olympics. So I took it up insanely, completely, 5 hours a day practicing, and I was 41 at the time, and 2.5 years later, I was a semifinalist at the Olympic trials. Yeah. I know that's happened to a lot of people.
Well, I ask you about that because it's not only a cool story, but I actually, I see the same seriousness that you're bringing here. Actually across that, so you keep, you are throwing yourself into this, right? You are learning baseball, you are learning ice skating and pistol shooting. You are saying, I'm gonna do this the real way and I want to make the Olympics. And I will say, like, as a professional picture book author, we are always on the lookout for people who are just gonna dip in and dabble and not gonna take it seriously and just make a book. And you wrote a picture book.
Right.
Listen to how that thing read out loud. Those laughs, the way that that character was using the page, the voice. It's really brilliantly done, and I can tell that you approach it with the same seriousness you appreciate, that you approach everything, and I really appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
I want to ask you, like, how did you decide you wanted to do picture books? How do you go, all right, I'm going to do archery the real way. Now I'm making a picture book. Like, how does that work?
You know, first, I just had an idea for the story, and I wrote it down. I don't know if I had already decided I'm going to the Olympics in books, but I wrote it out, and it just kind of flowed out, because I had the idea, what if there was a character in a book who knew they were in a book and knew that people were reading it? And I thought, what could happen? And so I wrote it all out. And I had it kind of kicking around for a long time. And then it wasn't the COVID, the quarantine. It wasn't then, it was after that. But at some point I thought, you know, I gotta find that thing and see if I could do it. And so I sold it, and I said that I wanted to do the illustration, even though I'm not an artist. I never like studied art or anything, but I always have liked to draw and make sketches and just goofy little things to show friends. So I thought, well, but I know what I want it to look like.
Yeah.
So I decided that I wanted to illustrate it too.
So how long did that all take?
It took me almost 2 years to do the illustrations. First of all, because I'm insanely nitpicky. And maybe that's why I was good at taking up archery, because it's so nitpicky. So I worked and worked and worked, like just on like moving the eyeball here, there. Yeah. And even though it's a dot, like it really makes a difference. And I had to learn a lot about how to do it. I had to learn more about art and perspective and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you talked about, because you have like rules for yourself as you were making this too, right? To make that joke work. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Right. To make the joke work, they had to, all the characters had to be on the same line, which wasn't the bottom of the page, but like an inch above the bottom of the page. Because if she could back up, she'd fit on the page, right? So the rule had to be that everybody, and that made it weird to make a group of people, because are they all standing in a line, you know? But that's how it works. The only time I break the rule is when they go away for the summer.
That's my favorite spread of the picture book. I think it is so funny. I laughed so hard. That one where like they're just in the car and we're like, we don't know what she was doing now. Maybe eating a popsicle, I assume. It was such a good picture book idea. But like all over, the laughs are all over. How did you get this voice? It is such a, like, it's a pleasure to read this book out loud. I read it to my son. It was great listening to you. It's sort of this like mix of like super chatty, where it's like, you know, and everybody would wonder what her deal was. Right. But then this formality comes in too, with like for that was her name, or one assumes. Like, it's, it's like, it begs the reader, the adult reading the story to a kid, to perform. You're playing a character when you read this book out loud.
Right, right.
How did you get that? It's so fun. I'm jealous.
I don't know. It just, that's what came to me as the voice. Yeah.
Great.
No, there's a book you can read, and then you can do it. I don't know. It just came to me, but I like that sort of matter of fact, but also a little bit formal voice. Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, it's a strange thing about the picture book, right? Is that we think about it as a book, as words and pictures on a page, but actually it's also sort of a script, because if you read this picture book out loud, now you have been cast as the actor who is going to play all the parts, narrate the story, do all the dialogue. We are all made to be actors, amateurs or professionals, when we read picture books out loud, and I just feel like you do us so many favors in this one. I wonder how you know how to write for actors. Would you read the dedication?
Yes. Will you open that
Yes.
for me? I got my hands busy now. The dedication says, "To the three darlings I read countless children's book to, I love you." One of my loves is here. My son Kian is here with me, which is so great. Oh, thank you, thank you.
So what were some of your favorite picture books to read out loud?
Well, one of our favorites was called The Three Little Kittens, and it was an old book. It was black and white photos of kittens wearing clothes. And there was a mom kitten, and there were four little kittens, Buzz, Fuzz, Suzz, and Agamemnon. And he was the one always getting in trouble. But we love that story. They love the pictures and the whole thing. But my favorite part was at the end on the last page, it says, "Did you enjoy that story? Good. Now go to bed." But I would read it. I read the whole book in a very nice mommy voice. I said, "Did you enjoy that story? Good. Now go to bed." They would laugh and laugh and laugh. That was fun. I liked Miss Spider's Tea Party.
Yeah.
Spider's Tea Party, and The Bugliest Bug was a big favorite. I had a lot.
I think it's so special, like just like you said, like the books that you read with your family, they become part of the family language. They become these in-jokes. Your son probably remembers that, like from when you do it now. He's like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like it's a very powerful thing.
I love it.
Like, do you remember the picture books that you had growing up?
No. But I'll tell you, I do remember one.
Yeah.
And I don't know because I wish I could find it. I don't know what the title was, but it was about a prince wanted to find a bride to marry, and there were three candidates, which happens a lot. And the weird thing was the tests that they had were all domestic tasks, like what princess has to, so they had to cook him a meal, sew him a shirt, and something else. But one of them was only about a foot tall. She was very tiny and perfect. And the first one, the sleeves were too long on the shirt, and the second one, the buttons didn't match up. And the little one made the most perfect shirt ever. It was a little small, but it was perfect. And then they had a cook for him, and one made this and that, and the little princess made soup. It was a very tiny serving, but so delicious. And anyway, he picked the tiny princess, and the last picture is them riding her. She's sitting side saddle on the seat in front of him, and they're going off to the castle to get married. And I think it's because I was so tall.
Yeah.
That I used to dream that I could be small. Yeah. I really wished that I could.
It's incredible that that is the book that you remember, and that this is the first picture book that you write, too. Like...
Yeah.
We did it. We did it. As a victory lap. All right, so those princesses doing domestic tasks to earn the love of a prince, this that just calls to mind. I feel like, would you tell us a little bit about the Geena Davis Institute?
Yes. Oh, so it started 21 years ago, and the entire impetus was when my daughter, who's the oldest, was a toddler, I suddenly realized, hey, I could start showing her preschool little kids shows. So I picked one, and we sat down, and she's watching, and almost immediately I was like, how many female characters are there in this show? And I look it up, and I never bust anybody publicly about anything, but there was a lot of male characters and one female character, and I'm like, why is that? And then we rented a movie. Well, there were several movies that we watched, videos, and there seemed to be one female in everything. And I was like, well, wait a minute, this is actually a huge problem. This has a global reach because we're training kids from minute one to have unconscious bias. If they see that girls take up only this much space and have this much to do, and the boys are doing everything, so I didn't intend to let it take over my life, but whenever I had a meeting with somebody in my industry, I'd say, hey, by the way, have you ever noticed how few female characters are in kids' entertainment? And every single person said, no, that's not true anymore. That's been fixed. In fact, we helped fix it. And they would name a movie with one female character as proof. Like a lot of times people said, there's been Belle. It's all been fixed because there's been Belle. The character who had Stockholm Syndrome, there was a teapot.
I was going to say, don't forget Mrs. Potts.
Don't forget. And I think a chest of drawers might have been female. But, yeah, or yes. And the thing is, they were absolutely positive that it had been fixed, that they helped fix it. They say, I'm a dad of daughters. We care. Mm-hmm. You don't know how much we care about girls here. And I was like, okay, it is utterly unconscious. They really mean well. People make kids entertainment because they care about kids. So therefore, if I was to get the data and show it to them, maybe that would make a difference. So that's what I did. I spent 2 years getting the largest research ever done on gender depictions in kids' TV and movies. And the point wasn't to educate the public. If I was able to talk to the creators directly, nobody had even know I ever talked to them. So that's what I did. I started meeting with studios and production companies and everything and sharing it with them. And it just made sense. It just made sense. But the reaction everywhere, every meeting we've ever had, is their jaws were on the ground. They truly had no idea, absolutely no idea, that they were leaving out that many girls. Yeah. And so immediately change started happening. Yeah.
I talk to people in children's media, in film and TV, and they all talk about the Geena Davis Institute as this worked. It got better. Change happened. Nothing's perfect, but people say this is what did it. It was getting that data. It was something that really changed things.
Why did I have to name it after myself? I really regret that. I wanted to call it See Jane, like See Dixie. Mm-hmm. We see plenty of Dick. But we just don't see enough Jane, that's all.
I did a lot of research. Every interview that I listened to or watched with you, always the last thing somebody is and you're also an amazing pumpkin carver, but we're out of time. And I was like, that is not going to happen to me.
You're gonna ask
it is
early?
September. I need to know how to carve this pumpkin. But I am horrified to say that it is time for audience questions. And it has happened once again.
You did it.
I messed up.
The one thing you didn't
The one thing I was going to do.
Too bad, because I could have taught.
You went really long on that Geena Davis Institute answer, really. But if we have audience questions, we have 2 mics up here. So if you have a question that you would like to ask, please come on up and we will take some questions from you.
Hello, may I go first?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Leela. Thank you so much for coming here. Geena Davis, I heard you speak at American University about 10 years ago about your work on representation and women in the media. So my question is, I have a story, and I'll tell you the title, and I want to know if you think it should be a children's book, if you think it should be a one-woman show, or if it should be a movie. The title is, I was supposed to be Meghan Markle, but my anxiety disorder got in the way. What do you think I should do with that? To have, again, more women's stories out there.
What do you think? Maybe a show, a one-woman show.
Okay, I've got Geena Davis's approval.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Good luck
Thank
with
you
that.
for being
Good
here
luck.
today.
Thank you.
Let's go over to this mic.
Could you tell us a little more about this pumpkin carving expertise?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You owe her.
I know.
You owe her. It's all that happened was, when my kids were little, I bought a Martha Stewart pumpkin carving kit. And if you get that kit.
I'm going to get that. I'm writing it down right now.
Because instead of cutting a hole all the way through, you scrape off the outer layer, and so the candle glows through, and you could make portraits and all. Anyway.
You can make portraits.
Yeah.
All right, Martha Stewart pumpkin carving kit.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you for that question.
I think I'm too tall for this microphone. Hi, Ms. Davis. You're even more beautiful in person, I gotta say.
As you were.
Earth Girls Are Easy is a formative experience for me, so I just thank you. I wasn't shouted out before.
I don't want to interrupt your question, but I do have to say something on this.
What?
Because my mom took me to that movie when I was a kid. I know. We're already horrified. But Jeff Goldblum plays a character named Mac.
Oh, right.
And I was sitting next to my mom. It was a very complicated experience. It was formative for me as well.
Yeah. And thank you. I've got a niece who's tall, so I'm going to get your book and get it for her right away. But I also wanted to ask you about your experience with the Stuart Little books, because that required viewing for many in my family. I don't know if that played a role in getting you on the children's literature path at all.
Not really, but I was thrilled to be in. First of all, it's great to be in a story that was a book first. I've been in a couple of those, but I loved it. And the weirdest thing was that, of course, Stuart is not there. They couldn't even put a little fake mouse because they would have to erase it to put the CGI mouse in. So we were like, where is he? He's right there. Well, is that his feet or his head? Just look at that dot, okay. And we're like pouring our hearts out. And, at one point, he fell down the sink, and I pick him up, and it's emotional. And I'm kissing him, and the director says, Geena, yeah, look at your hand. Where's Stuart?
You crushed Stuart Little.
I have my fist closed. So then, okay, all right, keep going. And he says, where's his head? But that was my experience. Like a children's book. Thank you.
Yes, it is my turn. Hello. I have always admired several of your film roles, and I've been very excited.
Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you.
I have a question.
Honey,
Yeah.
this is about me.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yes, indeed. So, anyway, I have followed the work that you do in your namesake institute on improving the representation of male and female characters in media. And what is one type of character that you're looking forward to seeing in an upcoming film?
Well, we don't just look at the numbers, of course, and we also look at what are their ambitions, what are their dreams, what's their goal, and what do they do. And one of the things we really look at is STEM careers, science, engineering, technology, and math. And women are profoundly underrepresented in those fields. And we found that when there are female scientists, they have a horrible private life. They have to give up everything to pursue this career, and they get discriminated against at work, like in fiction. So we're trying to work on that. But I'll tell you one thing: we did a study of women who currently work in STEM. What made you want to, pursue this career? And 63% said Dana Scully character from X-Files. The majority of women working in STEM now name one character on one TV show, as we can imagine, what could happen if we change that.
Indeed, so a scientific woman.
Yes.
I'll remember that for my next book.
Awesome, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a film student and aspiring professional filmmaker, and the work you've done with your institute has just inspired me so much. So my question is, what do you think is the most important thing in a baseline to keep in mind when creating media for equal representation for women?
Well, I think you have to keep in mind your own unconscious bias, and I think that's what happens is that because a lot of the producers and writers, directors are males, and you of course have a female character if she needs to be female, but for the sheriff and the lawyer and the neighbor, in your mind it's a guy, and so that's the thing to do is, even if you're not thinking about that while you're writing it, after you write it, go through and say, who can become female? Who can have a disability? Who can be an older character, a different body type or whatever? So you have to make very conscious choices if you want to conquer your unconscious bias.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And we have 1 minute left. I think this will be our last question. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, Ms. Davis. I'm a big fan. My name's Molly, and I had a question regarding your book. So you said the illustrations took you 2 years to make. Now, obviously that takes a lot of craft, but I want to know if you dealt with procrastination or just pushing it off, and not even just with writing a book or if, in everyday tasks or reading the script. How do you deal with your procrastination? How do you get to the end point?
I am the biggest procrastinator in the universe. I mean, I have ADHD. I don't have the age part, but I have ADD. And I'll put off everything. And that was part of the problem, why it took so long. I had to get extensions twice because I love to draw, but then when it's a job and I have a deadline and everything, of course I have to do this crossword puzzle beforehand. I have to read all the news. What are these TikToks anyway? What is that all about?
I have to do the mini before I do anything during the day.
What's that?
I have to do the New York Times mini crossword before I do anything.
Yes, exactly. Do you do strands also?
Oh my gosh, I love strands and connections and spelling bee, Wordle. I do it all. It wasn't a fad for me.
I do all of them.
It wasn't a fad. I do it every day.
There's a new one. Anyway.
Oh, yes. The domino. I do that too. Yes.
Anyway, I don't know
we
how
can
to
talk
conquer
about that later.
But we'll talk about it later. But the solution I came to for the drawings was I hired a babysitter.
Wait, but what about if you don't have kids? How do you deal with your procrastination?
It was grown-up babysitter. It was... No. It was for me.
Oh my God.
I hired a person to come and sit in a chair and say, now what are you drawing? How's that one coming? You didn't finish the other one yet. Do you want to...
So I should get a grown-up babysitter for me?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Find maybe an elderly neighbor or something. You want to come by?
Okay. Wait, can you be my grown-up babysitter?
No.
Let's hear it for Geena Davis, everybody.
everybody. Before we start, I have a little bit of housekeeping. End of the session today, when you leave, please leave through these doors over here to my right. And when you leave, move to the left and go to the escalators that go down. They're on the left side when you leave the room. So, thank you very much. Our next event today features Ron Chernow. Chernow is a prize-winning author of 7 previous books and the recipient of the 2015 National Humanities Medal. His first book, which is The House of Morgan, won the National Book Award for nonfiction. Washington, A Life, won a Pulitzer Prize for biography, and Alexander Hamilton, which is the inspiration for a Broadway musical, I'm told, won the George Washington Book Prize. He has twice been the finalist for the National Book Critics Circle Award and is one of only 3 living biographers to have won the gold medal for biography from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. A past president of the Board of Trustees for PEN America, Chernow has been the recipient of 9 honorary doctorates. His new biography, Mark Twain, is featured at the 2025 Book Festival, which I guess is where we are today. He will be in conversation today with Mr. David M. Rubenstein, who is the co-chair of the National Book Festival and is an author himself, most recently of The Highest Calling, Conversations on the American Presidency. Thank you for joining us today at the National Book Festival, and let's welcome these men to the stage.
Well, thank you again for coming, and thank you very much for writing another #1 New York Times bestseller. Do you get tired of writing #1 bestsellers all the time?
Not yet.
So why did you decide to write a book on Mark Twain? There are a lot of books on Mark Twain, so why did you decide the world needed another book on Mark Twain?
Well, you know, I feel Mark Twain looms very large in the American imagination. We all have this image of the charming, irreverent character in the white suit and the cigar dispensing all of these witticisms. And Americans, you know, they know Tom, they know Huck, they know life on the Mississippi. I felt that there were so many other dimensions of his life that had not received sufficient attention. All of the crazy business misadventures, the political crusades, the family saga, his relationship with the African-American community, on and on and on.
Okay, so how many years of research did you do on this book?
Well, I worked on the book for 6 years, so it was about 4 years of research and 2 years of writing.
And when you do research, you put things on an index card, and you had 25,000 index cards afterwards?
Yeah, I have this embarrassingly low-tech method. I would not recommend it to anyone in the audience, or if there are any potential biographers out there, just don't listen to this. Yeah, the reason that I do that is that I find that with these cards, and I have like little tabs, they're in open boxes, I find that I could actually arrange the entire narrative in the box. So it's a laborious way to record the information, but I could probably write as fast as anyone because it's all lined up.
Okay, now one of your books was read by a guy named Lin-Manuel Miranda, and he wrote a play about it. Have you given him a copy of this book?
He has a copy of the book, yeah. I somehow don't picture Mark Twain's life moving to a hip-hop beat, but I didn't exactly picture Alexander Hamilton's either, so you never know how things marinate in his brain.
Well, Mark Twain, let's go through the basics of his life.
Yeah.
When was he born?
Okay, he was born in 1835. He was born in the town of Florida, Missouri. That's all the way in the northeast corner of Missouri. The population of the town was 100. So he said when he was born, he increased the population by 1%. He said there's no record of anyone else doing as much, not even Shakespeare.
And who were his parents? Were they writers or anything?
Well, his father, John Marshall Clemens, was a very cold and distant man, failed at one business after another that left Twain with this lifelong dread of poverty. He'd been a lawyer, a justice of the peace, a failed storekeeper. The one who really influenced him was his mother, Jane Lambton Clemens. She was a very spirited, vivacious woman. She had the same slow drawl and dry wit that he did. I'll give you one example. In later years, he was talking with his mother about the fact that he'd been a premature baby, this sickly runt. So Twain said to Jane Clemens, "You must have been worried about me all the time." She said, "Oh, yeah, all the time." And he said, "Afraid that I wouldn't make it?" And this deadpan worthy of her son said, no, afraid you would. It's such a Mark Twain line that I kind of picture him hearing those things.
So when he was growing up, did he say, I want to be a writer? Or what did he want to be when he was growing up?
No, actually, he lived in the town of Hannibal, Missouri, again, tucked way up into the northeast corner of the state, a beautiful, bucolic, rural area. And the royalty was the Mississippi River pilot. In fact, if you go to Hannibal today, his boyhood home is still there. And when he walked out the door and he looked immediately to the left, there, just a block or two away, was this broad, magnificent, shining waterway that was almost a mile wide. And so he managed to get his licensed pilot in 2 years. He was tremendously proud of that. And the riverboat pilots really were royalty. He was in his 20s. He was making a salary equivalent to that of the Vice President of the United States. He suddenly started wearing fancy clothes and flashing big bills. And he said that was the darling existence of his life. But then the Civil War broke out, and all commerce was shut on the Mississippi.
And in the Civil War, he fought for about a week and then quit?
He fought 2 weeks in this kind of ragtag Confederate militia. He confessed that he was a coward. He said, I knew more about retreating than the man who invented retreating. So he was not eager to confront the enemy. But then he got lucky because his older brother, Orion, was appointed Secretary of the Nevada Territory, decided to bring along his kid brother Sam as his private secretary, and it took them 18 days behind teams of horses and mules to get to the Nevada Territory.
Right. So he goes out there with his brother, he's working for his brother. When does he start writing? He starts writing in articles under his own name or somebody else's name?
Well, what happens was, when he first got out there, because he was his brother's private secretary, there wasn't anything to do at first, and so he said that he succumbed to the money madness just to locate this, Virginia City, Carson City. This was the site of the Comstock Lode, the biggest silver mining bonanza in American history. So he said that he succumbed to the money madness, and he went out there and he tried his hand at mining, and he was dead broke. He was so broke that he said if he had been offered a salary for translating the Talmud from the original Hebrew, he would have accepted it. And he'd been writing little satiric squibs for a newspaper called the Territorial Enterprise, and they offered him a job as the city editor. He said that he really didn't have much of a background in journalism, so he said his first day on the job, he was petrified how he would fill up his first column, and he said, and then a desperado killed a man in a saloon, and joy returned once more. And he was off and running.
So when did he start writing books? How many books did he write in his lifetime?
Well, this is interesting because, again, everyone knows Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, Life on the Mississippi. He actually wrote more than 24 books. He wrote a book about Mary Baker Eddy. He thought she was a charlatan, a megalomaniac. He wrote a book about Shakespeare. He was convinced that Francis Bacon had written all the books attributed to Shakespeare. He wrote a novel about Joan of Arc, which he thought was his best book.
But when he writes books, some authors like you, when you write a book, you do the research, you write the book, you write one book at a time.
Yeah.
He tended to write 3 or 4 at a time. How did he manage that?
He had this very peculiar, eccentric habit that he would work on a book for about 6 months, and then he would run out of steam. And then maybe the following summer, he would pick it up again. So it was not unusual for him to be working on 2 or 3 manuscripts. For instance, Huck Finn, he worked on off and on over a 7-year period.
So the first famous book he wrote, was that Tom Sawyer?
No, actually the first famous book, In the Innocents Abroad, this is what made him famous and rich, that he signed on to an early tourist cruise to Europe and the Holy Land, and he was filing letters with a paper called the Alta California, so that by the time the tour ended, he was already famous. Now, at the time, this was one of the early American tourist cruises, at the time, Americans tended to fawn over European culture. And Twain wrote about European culture in this very sort of brash, irreverent style. So, for instance, they kept going to museums, and he grew to hate the old masters. He said, all the old masters are dead. He said, I only wish they had died sooner. They went to the Sistine Chapel, which Twain called Michelangelo's nightmare, full of repulsive monstrosities. Funny of all, they went to see Da Vinci's The Last Supper, And there were a lot of people who were making copies as he was looking at it. And he said, I couldn't help but notice that all of the copies were superior to the original. So this was the spirit in which, and it caught on.
So when he wrote Huckleberry Finn, that book is considered by some to be one of the great American novels of all time. And I think Hemingway said it was the beginning of great American literature. What is it about Huckleberry Finn that made it so spectacular a book?
Yeah, well, just, stylistically, as you all know, the book is narrated by Huck. Now, at that time, in serious literature, there would be an omniscient third-person narrator who would be telling you what to think about these characters. Suddenly, here's this book, not only narrated by this boy, but in his own vernacular, his own everyday language. And Mark Twain was able to take the language of an everyday person, really this uneducated kid, and make it poetic. And sort of what you see is what Huck sees, not what Twain sees in the story.
So as he's writing books, he seems to be moving further east. He moves back to the east. Why does he move to Hartford, Connecticut and live there?
Well, we have to talk about Livy, because, while he's on that boat, and incidentally, that book, The Innocents Abroad, sold 100,000 copies, gigantic amount for the time, and he never equaled that sale again.
Oh.
Not even with Huck Finn. But while he's on the boat, he meets a young man named Charlie Langdon, who shows him this little ivory miniature portrait of his sister, Livy. And Twain said that from that moment on, Livy Langdon was never out of his heart or mind. He married Livy with a great deal of effort because, Twain was from this backwater. He looked rather seedy and disreputable. Livy had a very aristocratic upbringing in Elmira, New York. She was an heiress. Her father had created a fortune in coal and timber. And Mark Twain pursued her relentlessly. He sent her 200 very long romantic love letters, so many that she began to annotate them. She had like a whole file. But finally what happened, because the Langdons were very, very charmed by this man. He was so fascinating and funny, but they were uneasy. Livy was physically a very fragile young woman. She also was destined to inherit all this money. So the father, Mr. Langdon, asked Mark Twain to have his friends out west send 10 letters of recommendation. The 10 letters come in, and all of them describe Mark Twain as idle and lecherous, drunken and wild. So Mr. Langdon sits down with Mark Twain and says, "Don't you have a friend in the world?" Twain shrugs his shoulders and says, "Apparently not." And Mr. Langdon says, "Well, then I'll be your friend. I know you better than they do. Go take the girl," in other words, Livy. And it was a really prophetic call, because this was such a happy marriage. There's almost not a letter from Livy to Mark Twain that doesn't end, "I adore you, I worship you, I idolize you." It's very touching.
So they're married for how many years?
They're married for how many years? Okay, so from 1870, so 34 years.
Okay, and they have how many children?
They have 3 daughters.
Okay, and his
There's
wife...
also a son who dies.
His wife predeceases him.
This is a very, sad story. For, this man who made us laugh more than anyone else, he ends up burying his wife, burying his son, burying 2 of his 3 daughters, burying his adored younger brother, etc.
So in addition to his writing career, he had a different career as almost a stand-up comedian, where he would go out and just make jokes about things in front of a live audience. What was that career all about?
Yeah, it was interesting, because Mark Twain, I think, was the first one who took the lecture circuit, and the lecture circuit was really burgeoning, the Chautauqua circuit, after the Civil War. I think that he was really the first one who used the lecture circuit as part of promoting a book. And he would, tell funny stories about his experiences out west. He also began to read excerpts, like it was actually with Huck Finn in 1885. That was the first time he began reading excerpts from one of his books.
So when he would do this, he had a white uniform he kind of wore, a white outfit. Where did that white outfit come about?
Yeah, now, the white outfit as a full-time outfit was only the last 4 years of his life. I mean, he would occasionally wear white earlier on, but what happened in 1906, he came down to Washington to lobby about a copyright bill. And suddenly he appeared in this white suit. He also would wear like raspberry or lemon-colored socks. And the reporters were startled to see him in this all-white outfit. And they said to him, "What is this all about?" And he said, "This is the uniform of the American Association of Purity and Perfection, of which I am president and sole member." And he hated the fact that men all wore dark suits. And he said that the men's dark suits accumulated so much dirt that you could plant seeds in them and grow crops.
So what about the mustache and the hair, and what was all that about?
That image was always there, and he was very obsessed with his hair. His longtime housekeeper, Katie Leary, said that every day Mark Twain used to have Katie rub his head. He was convinced that if his head was rubbed, that he would not lose his hair. And actually, he was right, because he had this amazingly full head of unruly hair.
So he becomes one of the best-known people in the United States, not
Probably
just
the best-known person after the president, yeah.
And did he ever consider going to politics? Did he like politicians?
He started out being very apolitical. He became extremely political. His opinions of politicians may strike some of us as odd. He thought the greatest politician of his lifetime was Grover Cleveland. Probably not first on most historians' lists. He really couldn't stand Teddy Roosevelt. He went to lunch with Teddy Roosevelt, and it bothered him. Teddy Roosevelt kept dragging in the Rough Riders. But he said of Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt is the Tom Sawyer of American politics, always hunting for attention. He said, for Teddy Roosevelt, he said, the vast republic is one great Barnum circus, of which he is the clown, and the whole world is his circus.
And what did he think of members of Congress?
Oh my God, even worse. No, I mean, some of the things he said about some of his famous lines, he said, there's no Native American criminal class except the Congress. Or another time he said, suppose you're a congressman and suppose you're an idiot, but I repeat myself. Or he also said that, he said, I say, and I say it with pride, that we have legislatures that bring higher prices than any other in the world.
So he's a very good writer, very good stand-up comedian, but he's not that good a businessman.
He's a dreadful businessman.
So how did he feel that he was such a good businessman? He's putting all of his money into projects that don't go anywhere. Then he takes his wife's money, and what happens to that?
Well, he said late in life, ruefully, he said, I was always the easy prey of some cheap adventurer. And he poured millions of dollars into different inventions. And the problem was he was not investing in existing companies that had a profit stream. He was essentially acting as a one-man venture capitalist. So he poured the most money into something called the Page typesetter. Now, the Page typesetter was supposed to replace like 5 or 6 printers. And he said that James Page, the inventor, was the Shakespeare of mechanical invention. It was an ingenious machine. It was 18,000 moving parts. Twain was convinced that every newspaper, not just in the country but in the world, would have to buy the Page typesetter. You can see in his notebooks, page after page, he's adding up the number of newspapers in the world, and he's convinced that it will make him, as he said, one of the Vanderbilt gang. The problem was, it was a very ingenious machine, but it was prone to breakdown. So the machine that did revolutionize the newspaper world was Otmar Mergenthaler's machine. The Page machine went bust, and then Twain goes from idolizing James Page to abhorring him and saying that if Page was drowning, I would have thrown him an anvil.
So he goes through his fortune, and he mostly goes through his wife's fortune. Does she ever complain about that?
No, because probably about 2/3 of the money that went into the Page compositor was Livy's inheritance. And I read thousands of letters, between them. She never once complained. I mean, this really was an adoring woman, and there was just such nobility. I have to think that any other, wife would have thrown that in his face.
So his financial situation was so bad at some point, he thought he'd have a cheaper lifestyle by moving to Europe. What was that about?
Yeah, so after 17 years, they give up. They were living in a house in Hartford that was 25 rooms with 6 servants. He was living like royalty. So in order to economize, they go to Europe. Sometimes, and they lived in Berlin, in Vienna, England, Paris, Florence. At times it's hard to see how he was saving any money. They lived in this Villa Viviani outside of Florence. It had 28 rooms, where they're living in this hotel suite in Vienna, hotel suite of 6 bedrooms. And this was their idea of economizing.
So was he well known in Europe? Did people respect him there?
Immediately, yeah. He had. In fact, it was interesting because even after when he was in his early 40s and he went to England, he published at that point maybe 3 books. He was startled when he went to London how popular he was, and he was feted at the banquet hall.
Well, how many years was he overseas?
Altogether, well, after he went bankrupt and they were quote unquote economizing, that was 9 years. But then he also. Livy, when he went bankrupt, she had this very aristocratic attitude towards bankruptcy. She felt that it was disgrace and shame in the eyes of the world, and that they had to repay, every penny on the dollar. So Twain, along with Livy and one of the daughters, they did this around-the-world lecture tour, went across North America, down through Hawaii, in Sri Lanka, India, South Africa. It was really quite exhausting to do. But after about 4 or 5 years, he was finally able to pay off all of the creditors.
Well, how much would somebody pay to hear him speak? Would he get $5,000 in those days, $10,000 to speak? Well,
yeah, I don't know what it would come to now, but the lecture agencies that he used at the time would book him like for 100, 110 lectures in the season, so it was very, very exhausting. And he hated the lecturing. You have to remember, now if you're a lecturer, you're jumping on one plane after another. At that time, it meant very long train trips from one town to the next. He was constantly staying in seedy flea bag hotels in small towns. He grew to really hate chambermaids because they would come in and wake him up at 7 o'clock in the morning. It was grueling to do.
So when he comes back to the United States eventually, does he continue a life of writing books? And what happened to his wife? When did she pass away?
Well, he comes back in 1900, and she passes away in 1904. She had congestive heart failure. But it's interesting what happens when he comes back to the United States, that he had always been reluctant to voice a lot of his more extreme political opinions, particularly about anything dealing with race. He was afraid he would alienate his white Southern readers. He comes back from Europe. The reporters all gather at the dock in New York, and he immediately begins making very strong statements about American politics. The U.S. had colonized the Philippines, and he makes this statement. He said that our soldiers in the Philippines are carrying disgraced muskets under a polluted flag. And this is very strong language, that we were,
right.
And there was tremendous public outcry.
So after his wife passes away, he has one daughter who's living at the end. He begins a practice that strikes people today as a little unusual, but in the time, not so much. Can you describe his little girlfriends that he had?
Yeah, alas. Well, okay, so his wife dies in 1904 after this very, very happy marriage. In 1905, he resumes lecturing, but he suddenly announces, I have the college girl habit. And so he decides he's only going to lecture at women's colleges. So he talks at Barnard, he talks about Vassar, but wait, it gets worse. And then a year later, he begins to collect, and this is his verb, not mine. He begins to collect teenage girls from 10 to 16 years old. And they become members of his aquarium club. He calls them his angelfish. He calls himself the Admiral. Now, I have to say, in fairness to Twain, he was never, ever accused of any kind of sexual misbehavior or groping or anything like that. In fact, he actually would incorporate the mothers and the grandmothers, into these visits. But he became obsessed with these girls. About half of his correspondence in his final years is with these teenage girls. And he's spending much more time, 2 of his 3 daughters were still alive at that point. He was spending much more time with his angelfish than with his own
And how do you
daughters.
explain all that? And after spending time researching him, is it just innocent kind of fascination with young girls?
You know, it was funny when he was on the river. This was long before he met Livy. He had met a 14-year-old girl named laureate. They spent 3 days together. Again, it was completely chaste. And then they parted, and he was brokenhearted. He was in his early 20s. At the time, he never forgot her. He would mark the anniversary of the end of this 3-day, really kind of romance or non-romance. And he wrote something, this gets weirder and weirder. He wrote something in his later years called My Platonic Sweetheart. He had had this recurring dream about seeing this same teenage girl. In each new dream, in one dream her hair might be blonde, it might be black in the next dream, but it was clearly the same girl. And they were in a different country, they were in a different place. And he said that she was as real to him as any person. And that those were among the pleasantest experiences of his life, these dream reunions. And so he decided, this is just a few years before Livy dies, he decides to write this essay called My Platonic Sweetheart, in which he describes in great detail all of the different dreams. Well, you can imagine how his wife felt when she saw this, and she spiked it. He wanted to publish it in a magazine, so that there was this kind of recurring fantasy about this teenage girl, but it was chaste. Even in the dreams, it's interesting. Like they kind of sit holding hands or something. It's peculiar.
So it is often said that Winston Churchill spent a lifetime preparing spontaneous remarks.
Yeah.
Because he prepared these remarks, but they weren't as spontaneous as you like people to think. Did Twain come up with these things on the top of his head, or did he spend a lot of time preparing these very funny statements and then he used them at the right time?
Well, two things, David. You know, I was very relieved when I started doing the book, because I always figured Mark Twain was the most spontaneous wit in American history. But what he would do in his early lectures, he would write out the entire speech, including things that were intended to sound like spontaneous asides. He would actually write out 3 speeches, and he had such a good mind that if he was giving the audience speech 1 and it was not going over, he would switch into speech 2. If that wasn't going over, he would switch into. So imagine how hard that was to do. But in terms of the Mark Twain quotes, and we all have favorite Mark Twain quotes, these are things that were actually manufactured as quotes. And you could see in his notebook, he would rewrite sometimes 5, 10, 15 times the same quote until he got the exact phrasing that he wanted.
So one of the most famous of his quotes is something like, people reported that he was dying or something, and he wrote something about his death was premature or something like that? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I mean, he had more jokes about his own death than I think any. So what happened, late 1890s, he's living in London, and there were reports in New York that Twain was dying. So an editor of the New York Journal dispatched a reporter to Twain in London with the following instructions. If you find that Mark Twain is dying in poverty in London, send 500 words. If you find that Mark Twain has died in poverty in London, send 1,000 words. So suddenly this reporter is knocking on Twain's door in London to see if he's alive. And Twain answers the door and tells him that the reports of his death were greatly exaggerated, which became one of his most famous lines. But he discovered it was far from his only line. Then, you know, a year or 2 later, the Associated Press contacted him about reports of his death, and he said, I would do no such thing at my time of life. My favorite one, actually, and this was sort of pretty close to the end of his life, his daughter, Jean, they were living right in Connecticut. His daughter, Jean, came and said that there was someone in the living room who was there to see him. And Twain said to the daughter, Jean, I can't see her. I might die at any moment, and it would be so embarrassing.
So do you have a favorite line of all the lines he's famous for? Is there one that sticks out in your mind as the funniest, or among the funniest, or the ones you most enjoy?
Well, kind of two favorites. One because it's funny, and the other because it's thought-provoking. In terms of the funny one, he said, good friends, good books, and a sleepy conscience. That is the ideal life. I always like that. In terms of something that he said that was thought-provoking, he said the 2 most important days of your life, the day you were born and the day you find out why.
And toward the end of his life, he became a publisher. He bought a publisher.
It was kind of like middle of his life, yeah.
Middle of his life, he's a publisher. And one of the people he published was Ulysses S. Grant, who you also wrote a book about.
Yeah.
And people thought at the time that Ulysses S. Grant, a general, maybe not the most literate person of all time, that he could not have possibly written a book that many people say is the best book ever written by a person who became president of the United States. Did Samuel Clemens really write that book for him?
Well, I have a Library of Congress story here, because when I was doing the Grant book, so many people asked me whether Mark Twain had been the ghostwriter of it, that I went to the Library of Congress. They first wanted me to look at the original manuscript on microfilm. I said no. They said, when I go do interviews about this, people are going to want me to have examined the actual manuscript. So they rolled it out in these beautiful blue leather-bound volumes. And I went through every single page of Grant's manuscript of his memoirs, and it was just about all in his handwriting. And I don't think that Twain would have been any more able to imitate Grant's literary style than Grant would have been able to imitate Twain.
And in the end, the publication made a lot of money for both Samuel Clemens and for Ulysses S. Grant's family?
Yeah, actually, it was possibly the best-selling book of the 19th century. It sold in these two-volume box sets. They sold 300,000 sets, which was extraordinary. Now, because this was Twain's first list on his publishing house, believe it or not, was Grant's memoirs and Huckleberry Finn. So Twain, of course, thought, I'm a genius as a publisher. He wasn't. He signed up the authorized authorized biography of the Pope. And the Pope at the time was Leo XIII. We now have Leo XIV. Leo XIII was a very transformative Pope. But Mark Twain got so excited about this, he was convinced that every Catholic in Christendom would run out to buy the Pope's biography. He was wrong about that. In fact, he sent his deputy, Charles Webster, to Rome to meet with the Pope. And Charles Webster passed along to the Pope this idea that all these Catholics were going to run out to buy the book. The Pope himself was very dubious about this. He was very curious about, the sale of Grant's book, but he was certain that his book would not attract that attention.
So he was born with the name Samuel Clemens. Where did the name Mark Twain come from?
Yeah, this goes back, this was to his days in Nevada. A lot of the comic writers at that time would adopt these pen names, like one of the most famous humorists of the time, Petroleum V. Nasby, that was Lincoln's favorite. And so Mark Twain, he went back to his experience on the Mississippi River. On the river, what they called the leadsman would drop a weighted rope over the side to gauge the depth of the water, and then would yell back over his shoulder, Mark Twain, Mark Twain. And what that meant, Mark Twain was 2 fathoms, or 12 feet. That was considered a fairly safe thing. So that was where it came from. And actually, Helen Keller, whom we became very good friends with, Helen Keller said to him once she thought it was the perfect name because it suggested something both sort of light and frothy and rippling, and also, but something with depth.
So what age does he die?
He dies at 74.
What does he die from?
He dies from angina. Mark Twain had smoked up to 40 cigars a day his entire life. He started smoking cigars when he was around 8 or 9 years old. He was always insistent. When you research his life, the guy constantly has chronic bronchitis. He's constantly in bed coughing away. But he was very adamant. He was very stubborn that his health was not affected by the cigars. Finally, in the final months of his life, his doctors forced him to cut down from 40 cigars a day to 4 cigars a day. And for the first time, he starts talking about his tobacco heart, and he admits that he'd been very foolish all those years in arguing that it had not affected his health.
So you've now spent 5, 6, 7 years with Mark Twain.
Yeah.
Do you admire him more than you did before you began, or not as much as you thought you were going to?
Well, I'm much more amazed than I was. As I said, his interest was so much wider ranging. His activities were so much wider ranging. He was a much more difficult personality than I thought that I would encounter. Again, the charm, the humor, the irreverence. He could be moody, he could be temperamental. And one thing we haven't talked about in terms of the marriage was that Livy really had to kind of train him how to function in polite society. So she had a system of color-coded cards at a dinner party. If she flashed a blue card, that meant are you going to monopolize the lady to your right all evening? If she flashed a red card, it meant, are you going to sit there and say nothing all evening? You know, and the daughters loved watching this. The daughters called this mother dusting off father. And Twain made the statement that Livy edited my books and then she edited me, and it was really true.
So if you had a chance to interview Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens, is there one or two questions you would like to ask him?
Yeah, I was particularly, you know, you always, as a biographer, you're always interested in the silences, and the big silence was really about his father. So he talked a lot about his mother. John Marshall Clemens made a couple of statements about his relation with his father. One, he said, my knowledge of my father amounted to little more than an introduction. Pretty chilling statement. He also said of his relationship with his father that it amounted to a state of armed neutrality. So he clearly feared his father. There was clearly an enormous amount of tension. And I think that this kind of wisecracking, smart-alecky personality that he develops as a teenager, I think was his way of dealing with this fear of the father.
Now, the books you've written have all been bestsellers, are about very prominent people, John D. Rockefeller, the Warburgs, also Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington, for which you won the Pulitzer Prize, Hamilton. But these people all have one thing in common. They're all dead at the time you write the book.
Yeah.
Have you thought about writing a book about somebody who's alive, or that wouldn't be as appealing?
I like books about people who are nice and dead. I mean, nice and dead. You know, the dead don't tell their friends not to cooperate with you. The dead don't write nasty letters to you afterwards. The dead don't sue you for libel. They're just nice and dead, and they're cemetery dogs.
So now, you don't like to talk about the next book you're going to write, and you're probably going to pick a subject, but when you pick that subject, will it be another 4 or 5 years of research and writing?
Yeah, you know, I'm on the downhill side of the slope. So, I can't project how old I'll be, you know, when the next book comes out. So I'm aware that there are not as many books ahead of me as there are behind me. But at this point in my life, I kind of project 5 years for a book.
Okay, and for somebody who's an aspiring author who wants to be Ron Chernow, any advice about how to be prepared to be a great writer? You didn't prepare to be a book writer. You were thinking about something else in college, is that right?
Yeah, my career was a completely accidental career. I did study history in college. I did 2 degrees in English literature. Then I was a freelance magazine writer for 10 years. I worked for 3 years in a public policy foundation. I'd done a number of different things. And so the history that I've given people in the books, the history is self-taught. But what I had thought about for many years was narrative. And in a way, I think that it's easier to learn the facts of history than to master narrative. And narrative is something that I've been thinking about for a long time.
The people you've written about, I've mentioned them. Is there one person you most admire? Is it George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, John D. Rockefeller, somebody you really admire them for what they did, or no one person?
I guess in terms of just the quality of their mind, you know, Hamilton and Twain. And there's certain interesting parallels between them. I mean, they both were self-invented characters, very little formal education. They were both autodidacts. Everything that they read was kind of retrained and retrieved. Very charming and attractive personalities, but also very flawed characters at the same time. I mean, in terms of character, certainly George Washington, Ulysses S. Grant.
Well, when somebody named Lin-Manuel Miranda called you and said, I'm going to write a play about Hamilton, did you tell him he didn't know what he was doing, or what did you think?
Well, the story was this. You know, I found out through a mutual friend that he had read my Hamilton book on vacation, wanted to meet me. And so when I met him, he was still starring in his first show in the Heights. I went backstage and I said, so I gather my book made an impression on you. And he said, Ron, as I was reading the book, hip-hop songs started rising off the page, which was not a typical response to one of my books. And he asked me on the spot to be the historical advisor to what he was then calling a concept album that became the musical. But you know, I had to immediately admit to him, I said, Lynn, I'm a complete ignoramus about hip-hop. And he said to me, I'm going to educate you in hip hop. And he started talking about the fact that with hip hop, you have rhymed endings, you have internal rhyme, you have wordplay, and all these different things. So I can't say that I'm an expert on hip hop now, but I know a little bit more than I did then. But you know, at the time that I met him and we started working together, nobody ever dreamt that this was going to be a sensation. Quite the contrary. You know, we all went through 7 years of everyone thinking that this was the silliest idea ever.
Well, do you imagine George Washington in heaven sitting there next to Hamilton being upset that he, Washington, was the boss of Hamilton, yet he, Washington, doesn't have a famous play about him and Hamilton does?
I think even more Jefferson sitting up there must be.
Probably true. So for a writer, though, to become a writer, what is the best way to be skilled and prepared to be a writer of the kind that you are? What was there one course you would recommend?
It's monkey see, monkey do, just to be reading all of the time. You know, when people, W.H. Auden said that sometimes, you know, when a parent would bring a child and say, my son, my daughter wants to be a poet, the first question that Auden always had was, does he or she love language? And I think that that's the basis of all of it. And if you don't adore words, you know, when I was 14 or 15, I used to buy these paperbacks with titles like How to Increase Your Word Power. I mean, I was just obsessed with language.
So how many people here have seen Hamilton? Oh, wow. How many people have read a Ron Chernow book? Okay, how many people have read Mark Twain? How many people are going to read Mark Twain? Okay. Look, Ron, I want to thank you for your contribution to American literature, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
custodian role. afternoon once again, and welcome to the 25th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie grew up in Nigeria. Her work has been translated into more than 55 languages. She is the author of the novels Purple Hibiscus, which won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize for Best First Book, Half of a Yellow Sun, which received the Women's Prize for Fiction in 2007, Americana, which won the National Book Critics Circle Award, the story collection, The Thing Around Your Neck, and the essays, We Should All Be Feminist and Dear Ijawile, or A Feminist Manifesto in 15 Suggestions. Her new novel, Dream Count, is featured at the 2025 National Book Festival. A recipient of a MacArthur Fellowship, she divides her time between the United States and Nigeria. She'll be in conversation today with Michelle Martin. So let's give them both a warm welcome.
Thank you. Wow. Such a shame you don't have any fans here. Wow. Take it in. Here. Well, thank you for being fabulous as usual. No more black shift dresses for you, I see. Not that that's all we care about, but thank you for the fabulousness. We appreciate it. Thank you. You actually wrote about this in one of your essays. You thought to be serious, to be taken as serious, you had to wear those black shift dresses to your events. And how did you give yourself permission to stop?
I think I got older. When you get older, you know, you look in your bag of F's to give, and it's true, right? I think many women here recognize that feeling. But really, more seriously, when I came to the U.S., I realized, because this is not the case in Nigeria, that when you want to be taken seriously as a woman, intellectually, you're not supposed to care about your appearance. Because if you do, then it somehow means that you're shallow or, all sorts of things. I think this is a particularly Western thing. Because on the continent of Africa, it does not happen. You see intellectual women, and they are just fabulous from head to toe. And nobody judges that in the way that it's done in the West. And I think that there are many women like me who are, very interested in the life of the mind, but also care about appearance and femininity. And so I kind of wanted to come out. And I thought that by coming out, I was hoping that, my fellow women like me would also sort of say, you know what? We're done pretending that we don't care about appearance.
That's right. Well, I did my best. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm in radio, like, I don't care. So Dream Count.
But I have to say, thank you, Michelle, for doing this. I have to also just, I don't know, I'm hoping that you all know who she is, but I have admired this woman. But it's true, though, it's true. And, speaking of serious and fabulous.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's true.
Thank you.
It's true, though.
Thank you for that. So Dream Count is your first work of fiction in 11 years. How do you know when a story is coming to you?
How do I know? I don't know how I know, but I know. But it's true. There's something. Sometimes it's hard for me to answer questions about process because it's not entirely conscious. Right? So sometimes I don't know why. There's a magical part of writing fiction, at least for me. And I like to say that characters start to speak to me, or start to make themselves known to me. Right? So I'm never quite sure. For example, with Dream Count, I don't know how I knew that I would have 4 characters. I knew I wanted to write a book about women. I wanted different points of view. At some point, I thought I would have 2 women. And somehow it became 4.
You know, I was going to ask you about that because I was thinking about the fact that it's the interweaving stories of 4 women, but Little Women is 4 women. Sex in the City, 4 women. And I just wondered, is there something about the 4 when women's stories, not that they're the same, I don't.
I mean, you know, I have to say I really enjoyed this parallel. It's a very interesting one.
But I just wondered if
Louisa
there's
May
something
Alcott
about
and Candace Bushnell. There's a connection there.
Is there something about 4, a group of 4, when it comes to the way women relate and respond to each other? I mean, I'm one of 3 kids, so 3 is tricky. 3 is terrible.
Because there isn't, well, why is that? Because there isn't a balance.
Because I'm in the middle. That's the worst.
That's why.
Any other middle kids here? You understand? I'm right.
I think afterwards you can all get together and talk about your...
Exactly, our trauma. But,
sort of just self-therapy.
But is there something about the 4, or is it just how it came to you? You know?
I don't actually know, but I do think there's something about... yes, because initially I was thinking about 2, and then it became 4. So maybe there's something to not having done 3 characters. I really don't know. But I think it might also be that I wanted to have a wider breadth of female experience. And when you have 2 people, that's not enough. And 3, you know, imagine being the middle character.
Exactly.
That would be... That would not be fun.
Have many of you had a chance to read Dream Count yet? Have you had a chance? Okay, great. The reason I want to ask is there are the 4, it focuses on the 4 women. There's Chiamaka, who's a writer, Zipporah, who's a lawyer. I'm always going to pronounce her name incorrectly. Say it,
Go on.
No, you're going to mess up. Omelogor.
Well done, that's a good try.
Omelogor, who's the banker, and Kadiatu, who's a housekeeper from Guinea. Most of the 3 other women have roots in Nigeria, but Kadiatu's from Guinea, and she's Chiamaka's housekeeper. And okay, so who's your favorite? I want to ask who's your favorite. I know who your favorite is. Chiamaka.
You do?
Yes, we talked about it. Chiamaka. Whose favorite is Chiamaka? Nobody?
Well, we do have a taker. Thank you.
Okay.
A very brave woman there.
Whose favorite is Zipporah? Nobody? Oh my gosh. Wow. Omelogor? Whose favorite is Omelogor? Really? Ah. And what about Kadiatu? Okay, Kadiatu. So I just, okay, and the men, and isn't that interesting? Yes. Isn't it interesting? Yes. Who's your favorite? You know,
I love all my children equally.
Yeah.
But you know, it's interesting because this is what I love about sort of doing this public things, is that I learn from my audience. And so I'm really curious, if in Nigeria it would be quite different. I think many women had felt a connection to Zipporah in Nigeria.
And why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think maybe because Zipporah is the most conventional, in some ways, character. She's the woman who has the most conventional dreams. She's the woman who, you know, follows the path that she is expected to follow, in a way. That she has the job. She wants a husband. She wants a big Catholic wedding. She wants all the things she's supposed to want. And so I think that maybe that makes her more familiar to a lot of women in Nigeria. I don't know. Actually, I was surprised by that. I thought that they would, yeah.
And I was curious, is there someone that people don't like, and is it different?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Is it different
in
between
Nigeria?
And
people do not like Chia.
Interesting.
And I was shocked by that. I did an event in Lagos, and my moderator, who is also a friend of mine, who's a brilliant man, he started by saying to me that Chia was stupid. And he used, but you know, in Nigeria, when we say that somebody is silly, we don't actually mean silly as silly. We mean stupid. So he said, Chia is silly. And the audience applauded, yeah, she's silly. And I thought I had created this character who was universally lovable. But you know, you never know. But I think that there's something about, so Chia is not just a dreamer, she's a dreamy dreamer. No, she's impractical. She's also incredibly privileged with her wealthy parents. She's sort of, you know, there are people for whom Chia is a person who flits around things and isn't a serious person. And I think for many Nigerians, there's a very pragmatic way of looking at the world. And there were women who said to me, she found this man who was employed, good-looking, was willing to marry her like tomorrow, and she said no. Like, who does that? So I think there are many reasons for which many Nigerian women feel some kind of way about Shia.
Feel some kind of way about
Yes.
Shia. And what about in the U.S.? Have you observed?
As we can see, I think Omelogo, and I've noticed this also in previous events, I think Omelogo is the character that is certain, I think Kadiatu is the most popular in America.
Interesting.
Yes.
For those who have not had a chance to read the book yet, Kadiatu is the housekeeper who experiences something terrible. And it is loosely based on an experience that many of us will remember. It was in the news where a housekeeper was raped by a prominent figure, French financial official.
Yes,
The charges
who I
were-
think we can name.
Well, he was never convicted in this country.
This is true.
So I don't know what the parameters of that are. But the
We
charges
can say
were, but we know who he is.
Yeah, because it was in the news. I mean,
But the charges were dropped against her, and of course, her character was very much maligned. It's like they claimed it was a consensual event. And of course, it later turned out that this individual was involved in all kinds of, transgressive activities in his home country, but he walked away free.
Yeah.
And I found it very moving and also very painful to experience what this was like from her perspective. We could imagine, but here is a person, you gave this person words.
yes, and also hopefully dignity. Because I think for me, this was the reason I felt so wounded by that story. Is that she was not allowed her human dignity. She's a woman she's not formally educated. She's left Guinea and come to the US. She's very hardworking. And I suppose I want to just say that again. She's an immigrant and she's hardworking. And and she's cleaning hotel rooms. She's very proud of her job because it means now she can take care of her daughter. She can send money back home. There's an independence she has that she would not have had in Guinea. And this is a woman who I think would have been perfectly happy with that life until this man, you walk into a room to clean a room and your life changes forever without your permission. I find that, and I think...
And also what was painful was her reverence for and appreciation for America.
Yes.
This is a place that, what an amazing thing. Like her daughter becomes ill and she gets an ambulance and someone comes, oh my goodness, that's terrible. Oh my gosh, I interviewed a Mary. This is so bad. It's my daughter's TikTok. It's the worst. I'm sorry.
Well, your daughter's TikTok just comes on?
It was in my pocket, clearly. This is what I was doing before oh my God. Somebody help me. This is the worst. It's so embarrassing.
Just swipe. I think if you just swipe up and close everything.
And I'm in broadcasting. Somebody help. Somebody throw it.
Just
And I
swipe
just...
up.
Anyway. Thank you. I threw it. Thank you. As we were saying.
Now that's a class act.
Oh my God. Okay, so what's really painful is that she so reveres America. Like her daughter is sick and someone comes, right? She can get her. She so reveres America. Like her daughter is sick and someone comes, right? She can get help.
Accuses this man, he's arrested.
He's arrested.
Which would not happen in Guinea or in Nigeria.
Well, the other thing that was interesting to me is the book, as in Americana, makes these very kind of wry and I would say nuanced, but very pointed observations about the two countries and cultures. And one of the things in Dream Count is the coverage of Kadiatu's situation overseas, when I think Chiamaka is overseas and first hears about it overseas when she's visiting home, is how maligned she is at home in the media in her country, at least on the continent. Why is that?
I think for a number of reasons. There's always power. I mean, there's that idea that if this thing has been said in the West, then it's likely to be true. Which I think, obviously, we can talk about how it's a consequence of colonialism, how it's a kind of, it's a consequence of coming from a place that has a history that is just steeped in, this idea that the worst thing colonialism did isn't just, plundering natural resources. It's teaching you to detest that which is yours. That's actually, I think, the most, and of course, many of us manage to overcome that, but there's still this idea that news that comes from abroad is likely to be true. And so what happened in Guinea is that they just picked up stories from things like the New York Post that said, oh, she's part of a prostitution gang, that kind of thing. Or stories that said she had been used by his political rivals to set him up. And there's something, I mean, I remember just being struck by that idea of setting him up, because I thought, what does it mean that you set a person up simply by walking into his room with a female body? What does it say about this person? I mean, we don't realize that we are, in fact, I mean, this idea that you set a person up simply by sending a woman into his room, it means that this person is, maybe shouldn't be in a position of power. And also this, she was made to, we were made to see all of the things that he would likely lose. He was no longer going to be president of France. He would no longer head this very important financial institution. But the coverage that she got was more of, what's her angle? Right? Is it prostitution? Is it money? Is it? And so we were never made to see the humanity of this woman. Right? And I've never understood why people, when women, and there's something about that entire case and that just really wounded me, because I thought, we're sending this message to women. We're saying to women, if you're ever sexually assaulted, if you ever expect to get a chance at justice, then you have to be a perfect human being. Because, you know, the case was dropped because they said she had lied. And they kept talking about how she had lied. And I remember watching TV, and his lawyers were on TV, and they kept repeating lie, lie. And I felt that was quite strategic. And if you hadn't followed the story, you would think she had lied about the assault. But actually, they said she lied on her asylum application years before, when she wanted to come to the US. And so I thought, this means if you're ever sexually assaulted, you better not have lied when you're in second grade. Because, you know, somebody will say, well, you know, you did lie about that pencil, so you can't be a credible witness. I mean, there's something about it that I found so deeply misogynistic, you know, just so horrible. And so I think the story stayed with me. I did not plan to write a character inspired by her. I really didn't. And it's been a while, it's been a number of years. And from time to time, I would sort of look her up just to see what was going on with her. But it wasn't something I thought about doing consciously. And then I started writing the novel. And I'd written quite a bit of Chia before it came to me. Oh, Chia's housekeeper is going to be, you know, my tribute to a woman who I think was just treated in the most inhumane way.
You don't let either culture or society off the hook. And I'm going to do the most Washington thing ever, which is quote myself. Actually, actually you. This is from a conversation that we had about Americana in 2014. And you said, we were talking about how funny Americana is, but it deals with some very serious things. And Dream Count, is your TikTok going to go off too?
No, I didn't realize that mine wasn't on silent.
Oh, okay, great. Well,
it's very bad manners.
Mine was on silent.
No, I mean bad manners for me, not you. TikTok is fine.
So,
no, it's actually not.
This book is very funny. We're talking about some very serious things, but it's also very funny. But this is what we were talking about Americana, and you said, I think Americana is serious. I think that race is a very serious subject, but I also wanted to poke fun at it. I wanted to poke fun at so many things, so many ideas, one of which is the idea of self-censorship in this country, and the way you're supposed to talk about certain things, and the things you're not supposed to say. And so I think there's a bluntness about the way that the character writes about race that I felt might make people uncomfortable. And one of the things about the US, I think, is that in general, people want to be comfortable. Yeah. And so to that end, are there things in Dream Count, I have my list, things in Dream Count that you wanted to let people know really needs to be discussed, even if it makes them a little uncomfortable?
What's on your list?
On my list? Well, I have a long list. Self-censorship, sort of political correctness. Yeah. You know, one of the characters goes back to grad school and is promptly instructed about how she should think about race in this country, and she's like, wait, what? Yeah. And also some of the other, one of the friends is visiting, Omelugur is visiting Chiamaka, and she says, she tosses off some comments that she said would be normal in in Nigeria, but that here she said, you said, the way you wrote it, she said, bruise the air. And yeah, so I have others too, like the fact that the men in this book are trash, but that's a whole other, we'll talk about.
I think we should talk about that.
We should talk about that.
You know, you have said this before, and I just want to ask whether we might do something with that word trash.
Okay.
Whether we might.
Let us do something with that word trash. The men in this book are terrible. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Oh, come on, people. No, okay,
Chuka is a nice, Chiamaka's the one who's pursuing Chiamaka. He's a nice man.
So
her dad is a nice man.
There we go.
So
there is some redemption.
Everybody else is trash.
I think, Blaine, okay, maybe we should talk about self-censorship instead. I do feel protective of my men.
Okay,
right?
let's talk about
I'm
that.
their god, right?
Right, you made them.
So, and they worship me, so I have to sort of give them little bits of, no, but really, I'm surprised that I said that years ago.
You really?
That I actually said self-censorship. Because I think, and obviously I think I said it in a way, and I still talk about that now, but the context is a bit different, I think.
Yes.
And obviously I think that the self-censorship, which when I came to the US, I thought was a cultural trait, especially on sort of my American tribe, which is sort of left-leaning people. I always felt that the goal of having conversations about ostensibly important things was not truth, it was comfort. So I would have conversations, class, race, gender, but I think particularly race. And I just felt that people just weren't really saying anything, because everybody wanted to make sure that everybody was comfortable.
But we are now in a moment where the context is different.
It is very different now.
I'll just say there was a large group of people, some in particular, who could care less, who is treated with dignity.
Yes.
They don't care if you're comfortable. They don't care if you're safe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes, this is
they don't
true.
care.
But
they don't care.
But I think when I say comfort, I don't mean it in a necessarily good way, if that makes sense. So I think today, the context is so different from Americana. It's so much more, it's uglier, and because it has the force of politics behind it now, I think. And so, it's a big shame, I think, because now you can't even talk about why it's important to speak truthfully about certain things, because sometimes when you do that, inadvertently, you're feeding an ugly monster that you don't want to feed,
Yes, and I'm interested in how you're thinking about that now in the current moment, because one of the things that you have done with your work is raise things that you don't think people necessarily talk about.
Yeah. And that I think are important to talk about, because...
But you're in a moment now where some people talk about things in the most stereotypical, punitive, violent, almost... sometimes explicitly violent way. And I'm just curious how you're thinking about that.
It's difficult and different. There are times when, it's important, I think, for me to remember that the things that matter still matter. In other words, I try very hard not to have, and let's be very clear and honest, that America is, there's an administration that I find deeply inhumane, that I find, yesterday I was very sort of honored and grateful to speak at the Library of Congress, and it made me think about a wonderful woman called Carla Hayden, who, and I think talking about situations like that are important. This is a woman of great intelligence, great grace, a librarian who was the Librarian of Congress, and to be fired in such a disrespectful, inhumane way, I think speaks to something much bigger. I think it's important that we keep saying to ourselves that what is not normal is not normal, right? Because sometimes there's a certain kind of, let's not talk about this because it's uncomfortable, but we have to. But at the same time, you have to try and strike a balance. And I think for me, it's always thinking about what that balance is. Because sometimes as well, I think that you don't want to feed, stupidity and evil, but also you don't want to be silent. And I don't quite know the perfect balance, but I think it's one that I think about quite a bit. And maybe it's one that we should think about every day. how to strike this balance. Not to, there is a, it feels to me that there is this sort of, this need to take up space, by which I mean each new crazy thing that's dropped on us we're supposed to become obsessed with. And I think that I don't want to be. I don't want my days to be ruled by, oh, what's the latest craziness in the news? But at the same time, I don't want to be completely removed from the news. I need to know what's going on. I mean, I need to know when they've put out a sign saying, time to kill black women. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. But that's a bad joke. But really, my point is that I'm trying to strike a balance. I don't know that I have, but every day I think about this and think about what should we engage with and what should we not.
One of the things that I found really fascinating is, again, you turn your eye on both countries, Nigeria and the United States, and cultures.
Yes.
And one of the things I really was interested in is Emelogor's a banker, and I was really fascinated by how you unpacked the corruption in the industry in Nigeria. And this is the first chance I've had to ask you about this, because you give this really kind of granular description of how it works. How did you know those things? And do we need security to get you out of here? Because it's so, because I mean, this is one of those things you kind of glanced on in Americana, how one of the characters, the reason he's Americana is he so wanted to come to the United States. It was so difficult. And he goes back to Nigeria and becomes very wealthy through just almost like this magical process of being around the same people, but you don't really know how it works. In this book, you tell, this is how it works. First of all, how did you know that? And secondly, why did you think it was important to describe it? So I was fascinated by
First question I cannot answer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
You're a journalist, you know that we have to protect our sources.
Oh.
I'm not a journalist, but I can tell you that this is in fact how it happens. That's all I'll tell you. This is in fact how it happens.
Did any of you know what I'm talking about? Those of you who've read the book, were any of you fascinated by this? Because one of the things, again, that I appreciate about your work, even those that even the books that, like Americana and Dream Count, that talk a lot about relationships, you talk a lot about women at work and what women are doing at work. And I just think that's something that a lot of people don't write about. When they think about women's stories, it's always about their relationships are important, but this is what she was doing at work and how she navigated that. And I was really fascinated by it.
So this is in fact how it happens, one of the ways in which it happens. So for me, writing realistic fiction means that it's important to get certain things right. I know writer friends who don't agree with me and who say, well, it's imaginative. And I'm thinking, well, there are many people we read Charles Dickens and we get a sense of a particular time in London, but it's fiction. And so I kind of want, when I'm no longer here in 100 years, I hope that if somebody reads this book, it gives them a sense of what life was really like. And so because of that, I do a lot of research in general. I did a lot of research for Kadiatu. I did not know anything about Guinea, and I just really swallowed myself in it. But with the banking, yes, I asked a lot of questions. Somebody said to me in Abuja, why have you told them? And this to me was the best compliment. I was like, okay. I think it's important because, for a number of reasons. She's a banker and she becomes very wealthy, and she's a woman who wants to be wealthy, but she wants to be wealthy on her own terms. She doesn't want to marry a wealthy man. She wants to find the wealth herself. And often to do that, when you're working, a regular banker, she makes the choice to become involved in corrupt things. I wanted my character to be very flawed. And I think it also, I say that now looking back, because when I was writing it, I wasn't really consciously aware of all of this, but also to have something from which she seeks redemption. So she's quite, Omelogo, there's an idealism in her. She's very sarcastic, she's very unconventional, but she really does long for the those pure things, justice and peace and things, the right things. But she makes the choice to get involved in this just really bad, corrupt practices. She becomes very wealthy. And so it becomes a reason, I think, for her to then seek redemption. She wants to cleanse herself, which is why she wants to come to the US to go to graduate school, because she thinks, I've done this bad thing, I've made a lot of money. And she also uses her money in a way that is interesting. Right, she, should we just say, or no? Because I know people feel very strongly about spoilers.
No,
okay.
Read the book. So let me just say here, and forgive me, I hate that this might become a fitness contest. This is not our intention. But there's a microphone there, and there's a microphone here. And if you would like to participate in our conversation, our time will not be as expansive as we would like, because Chimamanda is going to be signing some books after this.
Yes.
But if you have a question, now would be a really good time to kind of come and join us. We will take as many as we can. Questions, comments, you know, as many as you can. So both sides here, and here, and we'll do what we're going to do. And we'll come to questions in just a few minutes. The other thing about Emelogor is that one of the things that you've been very, vocal about is the dehumanizing treatment of LGBTQ people, and especially legal frameworks that criminalize them as people. And one of your characters, Emelogor, defends a good friend of hers who's being blackmailed because he's gay. And the way she goes about handling it is so funny and so deft, and I so wish I could do it. Like, I wish I had a chance to do something like this. How did that come to you? Do you recall? Do you all know what I'm talking about? Jide, her friend, is being blackmailed, and so oh my goodness, lots of people want to talk now. So,
because in Nigeria, it's actually a crime to be homosexual. And this law was passed a number of years ago, and I remember writing against it and then being told that I was putting myself in harm's way because it's also a crime to write about sexuality. But I have a friend who did tell me the story of...
Is that why you live here mainly now?
No, I don't actually. I go
back and forth. You do go back and forth, yeah.
I do. Because, there isn't much of a difference between Nigeria and the US now. Let's be honest. Yes. And I can tell you seriously, Michelle, I feel much safer in Lagos.
Really?
Yes.
Safer how?
I mean, it's just speaking of safety. I mean, when you ask this, there's a reason you live mostly here. I've been away the whole summer. I was in Lagos, and I came back, and yesterday was the first time I was coming into DC, and I wasn't sure what to expect, because I'd heard in the news that suddenly that the National Guard is in DC, and I wasn't sure. I was thinking, are we going to be stopped on the streets? Do you have to get... it's just a strange thing, and I did not think I would ever be in a place where I would feel a kind of anxiety about coming into a city I love, Washington, D.C., but this is how I felt. I don't feel that way about going to Lagos. Right? So it's really, in a way, it's living in two countries that are very different, but also increasingly similar. Because there's a strain of just knowing that you have an unreliable leadership that can take decisions that have consequences for you in a way that is not good.
I feel a book coming on. Let's start, and I'm so sorry again. I'm going to apologize in advance. Our time is short, so let's try to talk to as many folks as we can. Why don't we start here, and we'll take turns, yes?
Hi, Chimamanda. I'm a huge fan, first of all, and you look beautiful today.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to give you a compliment. But currently, I'm rereading Half of the Yellow Sun. And in my rereading, I also ended up watching the movie for the first time. And so my question is a little bit weird, but I just wanted to ask, why did you let Thandie Newton play Olana?
Okay, Thandie's a friend of mine. Next question. No. No, I should say, no, but really seriously, thank you for your question. And I really had nothing to do with the film.
I had a feeling.
No, but I'm not... But also film, I do think that Thandie is a very good actress, I should say.
I do too.
Yes.
It wasn't about
criminally
her,
under. Yes, but I think what you're saying is it didn't quite capture the book. I don't think a movie can. This is the thing. And in general, I'm just sick of talking about movies. I think books are so much more important. I get very irritated. No, honestly, I have to tell you, I get very irritated when people...
I kind of disagree.
You do?
Yeah.
You're so wrong. Books are so much more. No, but here's the other. I mean, I think this culture, we don't have enough time. But there's something about, but what I have found is that, and I know that film is a very important medium and it's art and all of that. It can be art. But when you see that books are made into films, it's always often a process of simplifying.
Yeah.
And that bothers me. And so when people say to me, it's so wonderful, is your book going to be made into a film? And sometimes people get much more excited about the possibility of a film than a book. And so I cannot help but feel extremely grumpy about it. And so whether or not you like the film, that's your problem.
Okay,
if you like the book.
All right, hopefully we're going to go here. Thank you. We're going to go here. Hopefully it's not about the next movie, about Americana. Okay, here we go.
No, please don't ask me about Americana movies, please.
Well, hi.
You'll have time to think about it. Go ahead.
Well, hi, I'm Mia, and I just wanted to ask about how Chia feels very sad and lonely and almost kind of hopeless at the beginning due to COVID at the beginning of Dream Count. Did you feel those sort of feelings? Did you kind of pull from your own experiences during COVID? How did you deal with the pandemic and with quarantine?
I'm not sure. I mean, were people happy then? I feel like the norm was we were all sad. But my COVID experience was I think, slightly different because my father died just weeks into lockdown. And so my COVID experience became one of just intense grief. So I was very much aware of a larger grief in the world. You know, you watch the news, you read the news, and you're just so pained by people dying. But then you're also caged inside that very intense feeling of your own grief. So it was very strange for me. I was not a happy person, I can tell you that. I mean, if you were, you have to tell me what the hell you were drinking. I mean, who was happy in COVID, honestly? I just wanted to add something else about the first question. Is that, no, but seriously, I just want to be, I don't want to come across as too flippant. In general, writers don't actually have a say. You know, when the rights are optioned, you don't really have a say. And even if they give you the tag of executive producer, it really doesn't mean anything. And so I could not have, for example, said, no, that person cannot be in the, I could not have done that. Also, it was a very small production. It didn't have a lot of money. I think it was a labor of love for the director, who was also a friend of mine, B. Bandele. And so I understand when people feel strongly about the film, not really capturing the book. I hear you. But, you know, we have the book, I think is what I would say.
This is about your essay, It Is Obscene, if it's okay to ask about that. It really resonated with me, and I was wondering if your thoughts on that experience that you write about have changed in any way, and how you've navigated, like, psychologically, I guess, after having your name twisted and attacked like that.
I don't actually, you know, I wrote that in a fit of rage at 2 o'clock in the morning, sitting on my bed in Lagos. And so I don't actually remember exactly what I wrote, and I haven't gone back to read it, but I can tell you probably nothing has changed in how I feel. And you know, I think it's important that sometimes it's easy to think because somebody is a public figure, they're no longer somehow human. You know, fame does not, in fact, protect you from your human fragility. But I'm also at the same time aware that you have to be, I can take things, right? I mean, but I cannot take certain things. And so I just think we live in a time where somebody who you have treated well, you've been kind to, will turn around and viciously do something and tell lies about you publicly because it benefits them and because they suddenly become somebody for doing that. I find that vile. Mm-hmm. So yes, I think it's obscene. Mm-hmm.
I'm Ngozika. I love all of your work.
Thank you.
You got me to start reading again.
Yes.
I'm an attorney, and I didn't read for good books and things like that for a long time. And then I bought The Thing Around Your Neck and Hibiscus here in DC. I'm a native, but read it in Nigeria when I went home for Christmas. And I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the interviewer perfectly explained, I love the way you explain and write things. Sometimes they're uncomfortable, they make us uncomfortable, but they make us think, and I love how, bold you are.
Oh, this is so good for my ego.
Do not.
Bring it on.
You're my sister and my namesake.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just proud of you both. But don't kill me because I put my head down. I will ask you just this one thing about Americana. I got so excited. Like I said, I love all your books, and I have them all. I got excited because Lupita's my other sister in my head. And when I saw that you guys were putting it together, I know there were things during the pandemic you guys couldn't film it, but I saw you guys took a picture at the Met Gala. So I'm hoping, just give us something. Will it come back? Will you guys be doing it again? Or is that still in production? Don't kill me.
I think if I were you, I'd run. I think I'd run.
Go.
I mean, you're a lawyer and I'm not, but
Go,
as your counsel, I would.
And
I hear you.
Speaking Igbo to her, I'm saying to her, go sit down.
Okay.
I tried to
No,
tell
you
her.
know what? Honestly, I can't even tell you about it because I really don't even know.
No, I understand. I just had to shoot my shot.
Sometimes things come back. There's sometimes
Yeah, and
they
the
come
thing
back.
about, it's such a complicated process making things, and it's not a world I'm very interested in, right?
Yeah.
But, and so it was supposed to have been a TV series. I really don't even know where it is now.
It's okay.
But yes.
You've answered all
But
that I need.
Lupita is a beloved friend.
I love her.
Yes.
You're my sister, obviously, but she's
We can all be sisters, and then we can go to brunch.
Exactly. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Chimamanda. Thank you so much for coming here. And thank you so much for coming to Brazil. Many friends saw you there. Thank you. We were really happy to see you there. So could you share a bit about your process of writing this book and writing Americanas? What were the difficulties in each? They were different. Were they different, or the similarities?
Oh, they were very different, very different. And I think it's because I was a different person. I think I've said that Dream Count is my first grown-up novel, and I mean that. And it's not just because I'm obviously older, but also because I think my life changed so drastically, so consequentially. This is the first novel I've written as a mother, and this is the first novel I've written as a person who does not have parents. And the latter is what really, I think, kind of destroyed me, and you kind of have to remake yourself, because my entire identity, my whole life, was that I was my parents' daughter, and I was, I had just the most loving, the most wonderful parents. And then it's as though you've had this cover over your life, your whole life, and then suddenly it's just yanked away. And my parents died unexpectedly and too soon, my mother after my father. And I started writing after my mother died, and so it was very different. I think creating always has an element of, I like to call it a creative malaise, but it's an anxiety. And I think this is true for people who do pottery, who paint, who do music. There's anxiety. Because there's also a level of helplessness. You have a gift that you're using, but you're not entirely in control of the contours of that gift. And so, but I think with Dream Count, that anxiety was heightened by grief. And so it was so different. And I think my sentences are different. I think I'm much more aware of how short life is. Nobody knows tomorrow, so you might as well leave in that sentence that you love, even though it doesn't bloody well advance the character. Who cares? I like the sentence. I really do feel I had, and I think there's a kind of freedom. In a way, it's sad, but there's a kind of freedom that experiencing intense grief gives you. It makes you really determined to narrow down to what really matters.
We're going to, I apologize, we're going to take this question and then this young man. That's going to have to be our last questions. I'm sorry.
Sorry, guys. I did want to cut down my rambling, but I just cannot help myself. I'm sorry.
So this person, this young person here, and then this young person here, that's going to have to be our last questions.
Okay.
And I'm sorry in advance, and thank you all so much for your patience.
Hi.
Hi, it's such an honor to meet you. You are my favorite author. Americana is probably the most influential book I've read my entire life. I read it for the first time as a summer reading assignment the year it came out in high school. And I've read it every summer since, and I feel like it's such a testament to your writing that I read it now 10 times. I'm making my partner read it right now. He's enjoying it. And I feel like it's just so, every year I get something new out of it that helps me think differently about whatever I'm going through in my life. And I think it's a coming-of-age novel. It's been such a coming-of-age partner for me, and it feels like I'm getting a visit from a friend. I feel like you, Ifemelu, as a friend every year when I read it. And so I think she feels like such a real person to me, and I've always wondered how much of her and how much of your other characters are somewhat autobiographically inspired, and obviously some of them, you're not Obinze, you're not a man, but I'm sort of curious what your process is about, Do you take anecdotes from your real life or aspects, larger swaths of the character about you? If you could just speak a little bit to that part of your writing process.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. It's the sort of thing I want to record and play when I have my deep, dark days. I'm serious. I'm really serious. I think sometimes people think success means, success is wonderful and I'm very grateful for it, but it's not all wonderful, So those dark days come, and I appreciate words like yours, really. The idea of a novel being a companion, I find very moving, because I also have novels that I think of as companions. But all of my characters are me. I find it interesting, you said you're not Ubinze, but actually I kind of am. It's true, though. I think, Ifemela, I borrow from myself a lot. I borrow from other people a lot. I'm a person who's constantly watching. And I also eavesdrop, and I think this is a really important tool for anybody who wants to write fiction. Even if you want to write fantasy, because fantasy in the end is rooted in a certain kind of reality, you need to know how people talk. And sometimes your own personal circle is not big enough. So when you go to a cafe, sit next to a group of people and pretend that you're drinking your latte and just listen. I do that a lot. I love eavesdropping. I ask questions, and whatever about privacy, whatever. And so I think it's important just because, again, this idea of writing realistic literature that's supposed to reflect us to ourselves, right? And so you cannot just, imagination comes from somewhere. And so, of course, I never use them exactly as I hear them, right? I do things with them. So I have friends who have read my books and they've said, but that's not quite how it happened. And I'm like, yeah, it's my novel. I get to decide. But Ifemelu, I'll tell you what a friend of mine said to me, someone who knows me well, IK. He said to me, Ifemelu is you without your warmth and without your caring. And so I thought, is that a compliment? But yeah, so that's what he said. And I think he meant, I personally think that Ifemelu is much more interesting than I am. I think she's bolder, in a way, than I am. But Obinze has a lot of me, actually. Obinze sort of book-obsessed. I took a lot of me to make Obinze, but I don't think I'm as kind as he is. Yeah, sometimes I wanted to smack him.
We have to go here.
Okay,
That's where we have to be.
But thank you so much for your...
Here you go.
Odelu, my name is Oliso Kibo, and I like to read and write book reviews, and I'm Igbo, and I wanted to ask you what you think about the kids that don't read, that are my age, what you have to say.
How old are you? Sorry.
Make them read.
How old are you?
14.
14.
Oh. Please, I love this. I love it. Thank you. I'm so happy you're here, really. Yeah. Thank you. I'm happy that you read, and that I'm happy that you know that you're kind of better than your friends who don't read. Of course you are. So what do I think about them? We need to get them on board. That's what I think. I think we need to get them reading. I do think that we live in a time where it's much more difficult for kids to focus, because there's just so much, and there's screens and the shiny things and all of that. But there's still people reading, like you, and there are actually many 14-year-olds who read, and you just need to get your friends on board.
You need to make it cool again.
It is cool. Is that a word
that they use? They don't even use that word.
Oh, Lord. That expression, I think we might want to put away for a while. Until...
Better, you'll think of a better one.
We need to re-cool it.
So we're going to have to let you go now because you have to get to your book signing, but I always like to ask my guests to give us a closing thought. And one of the things that I noticed is that you've dedicated this book to your mother. And I just wondered, would you tell us a little bit about her?
Sorry if you didn't get to ask your question. Sorry about that.
Yes.
But thank you for standing up anyway. It's always an act of bravery. My mother was a... I just actually get stupidly emotional. So I really deeply, I'm still in a kind of... I've not made peace with losing my mother. I think I've made peace with losing my father, but not my mother. And when my father died, I thought, this is devastating, but also there's a sense in which, well, we still have mommy. And then my mother died on my father's birthday, which is just so absurd. When you think about it, if somebody wrote a story like that, you would tell them, the symbolism is a bit too heavy. Right? Tone it down. Father dies unexpectedly. Months later, mother dies unexpectedly on father's birthday. It's just, and so I felt a sense of I still feel quite disoriented, because in my mind, this is not how my life was supposed to go. My mother was beautiful. My mother was full of light and energy and charm. My mother wanted to feed everybody, so our house was always full of food. Friends always came to eat. My mother wanted to feed people. I remember a friend of mine, Mukhtar, who came to visit us once, and he's quite skinny. And my mother looked at him and said, "You're too thin, come and eat." Right? She wanted him to stay a few days so she would fatten him up, she said. And my mother had a kind of ambition for which she did not apologize, and that was so important for me. She had a full life. She had 6 children, and each of us, I think it's remarkable, felt individually known and seen by her. She was fiercely protective, and she would, so if my mother were here, she would tell you this book is wonderful, but she would not have read it. She was fiercely protective, and the last thing I do want to say is that part of my difficulty in grieving in a way that I think is healthy, because I'm really not, is that I have a lot of guilt. And the guilt is that I think I took my mother for granted. And I want to talk about it increasingly because I'm hoping that it helps someone else whose mother is still here. And I think this is particularly true for mothers and daughters, that our relationships are often a bit more complicated, a bit more complex, a bit lacking in the simplicity that often is a mark of mothers and fathers. And I think sometimes we take our mothers for granted, sometimes we don't extend to them the grace that they deserve. So my mother and I were close, we got along mostly, but I remember just being irritated by things that now I think back about it and I think, what a waste of time, right? I remember being judgmental about minor things that I would not be judgmental about with my father. And it might be that I placed her, I don't know what it was. It's that mother-daughter prickly thing. And I just want to say to the daughters here, if your mothers are still here and you kind of identify with what I'm saying, let's extend a little bit more grace.
She is very much here.
Yeah.
She is here. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for coming. Nice to meet you.
Festival here, Will.
Good evening. Our next event features John Green. He is the best-selling and award-winning author of books including Looking for Alaska, The Fault in Our Stars, and Turtles All the Way Down. With his brother Hank, he has co-created many online video projects, including Vlog Brothers and the educational channel Crash Course. Green serves on the board of trustees for the global health nonprofit Partners in Health and spoke at the United Nations high-level meeting on the fight to end tuberculosis. His newest work, Everything is Tuberculosis, The History and Persistence of Our Deadliest Infection, is featured at this year's book festival. John is in conversation with Scott Simon, who hosts Weekend Edition Saturday on NPR. He is the author of 11 books, including novels, sports books like Jackie Robinson and My Cubs, and memoirs, including the forthcoming Ulysses S. Cat and Other Animals I Have Known. He is in the Radio Hall of Fame and a member of the Lincoln Academy of Illinois. Please welcome to the stage John Green and Scott Simon.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Before we start, if I may, I have to tell you that I'm on stage with one of my heroes. And yes.
The man who's doing the signing.
Yes, also for sure. For many, many years, when I was working, making commentaries at the local NPR station in Chicago, WBEZ, dreaming of being on All Things Considered, dreaming of being on the Weekend All Things Considered, the shows that you host.
You don't have to dream.
I know.
We're there.
I know.
Yeah.
So anyway, I dreamt that you would say my name. Like, you know how like at the end you say like, that was John Green, an author from Chicago or whatever. I would dream that you would say that in your voice. And it happened. And then in 2012, and I promise I will stop flattering you after this.
No way. I think we can take a little time.
Okay,
I mean,
we'll take our time
as long as we're done by 6:15, I think we're all right.
In 2012, you interviewed me about The Fault in Our Stars. It was one of the first interviews I did about The Fault in Our Stars.
And absolutely, you probably all know it, but an absolutely astonishing book.
Thank you.
It's just wonderful.
And you know how often you do that stuff, and how often, I mean, you do it every weekend, but like for me, you know, eventually I would do thousands of interviews about The Fault in Our Stars, and none stuck with me like that one. And so I just wanted to say thank you for welcoming that book into the world and like increasing its breadth and allowing that book to become what it did. It really means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think you hardly needed our interview to make that book a success, but it's nice to hear anyway. I think you've written an extraordinary book here. Everything is Tuberculosis.
Thanks.
And I'm so glad that you brought this to our attention. And I want to begin by asking you about a young man named Henry, who sort of brought it to your attention.
Yeah, I never would have known about tuberculosis. I never would have gotten obsessed with it if it weren't for Henry, and Henry is really the backbone of the book. So in 2019, I was in Sierra Leone to learn about the maternal health care system there. Many people in this room probably are part of our long-term community project to work with the Sierra Leonean government to improve the quality of maternal and infant health in Sierra Leone. You can say woo if you are. Thank you. And so my wife and I were visiting Sierra Leone for that reason, but then on the last day of our trip, one of the doctors we were traveling with was like, hey, on the way to the airport, we need to go to this tuberculosis hospital because there's some cases I have to consult on. And I was like, two things. First off, like, I did not know that there were tuberculosis hospitals, I'm embarrassed to say. And secondly, that is inconvenient to me. I would like to go to the airport, was my other thought, if I'm being honest. And thank God we went to this hospital because it changed my life dramatically. When we got there, this little kid, whose name was Henry, which is the name of my son, grabbed me by the shirt and physically took me all around the hospital. He took me to the kitchen where people were making food. He took me to the lab where people were typing tuberculosis in microscopes, looking for TB in microscopes and sputum samples. He took me to the wards where people were very, very sick. I mean, I've you know, worked as a chaplain in a children's hospital. I've been around sick people a lot in my life, and I very rarely have been with people who were that sick, that close to death in many cases. And then eventually he took me back to the doctors, and they kind of shooed him away. And I was like, whose kid is that? Is that one of your kids? And they were like, no, he's a patient. In fact, he's one of the patients that we're really worried about that we came here to talk about. And I was like, but he seems fine. And they were like, well, I mean, yeah, he seems okay now because he's responding to antibiotics, but we can tell from his sputum samples that he's not responding well enough to them. And when they fail, that's the last line of antibiotics available to us. Now, it wasn't the last line of antibiotics available to me, but it was the last line of antibiotics available to people in Sierra Leone, and at the time. And I was just shocked by this. I was shocked by how sick people were. I was shocked by Henry's story. And so I was shocked by the fact that I didn't know that TB is the world's deadliest infectious disease. I would have bet everything I have that it was malaria or HIV or typhoid or something else. I mean, TB seems like a problem of the past because it should be a problem of the past because we've known how to cure it since the 1950s. And so, you know, our era. And so meeting Henry caused me to go home and just get absolutely obsessed with tuberculosis. I wanted to understand what was wrong with my information feed, that I didn't know how bad this disease was, but I also wanted to understand like what was wrong with my social order, that we were allowing this to continue to happen, that we were allowing over 1 million people to die year after year after year of this disease that we know how to treat and cure and prevent. And I wanted to follow what was going to happen to Henry, because even though, like I said, there were no lines of antibiotics still available for Henry, there were antibiotics that Henry could take. It wasn't going to be easy. You know, curing TB is not like curing a sinus infection. I keep saying antibiotics, and most of us associate antibiotic regimens with like 10 days or something, you know? Yeah. And then you don't take the last 3 days.
That's not a good idea, John.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Sorry,
if you come
yeah.
away from this with one thing, take all your antibiotics.
Yeah.
You've been lectured.
I notice you shaking your head, ma'am.
So TB is not easy to cure. It takes months of antibiotics taken every day, often in combinations. The side effects are serious. It's a very difficult disease to treat. But you know, my brother had cancer a couple years ago, and at no point in my brother's cancer treatment did anyone say, well, unfortunately, it's just more cost-effective to prevent your cancer than it is to cure it. Now, it is more cost-effective to prevent cancer than it is to cure it, but we still cure cancer because, of course, we do. Of course, that's our obligation to ourselves and one another.
This is going to sound incredibly naive.
Yeah.
Why so little tuberculosis in the United States and so much in Sierra Leone?
That's a great question. I mean, 100 years ago, tuberculosis was one of the leading causes of death in the US. Like, at the height of the TB crisis, when my great-uncle Stokes Goodrich died of tuberculosis in a sanatorium in Asheville, North Carolina, there were almost as many hospital beds just for TB patients in the United States as there were hospital beds for all other healthcare conditions combined. That's how big of a problem tuberculosis was in the United States. And now it's really not. You're right. It's not as big of a problem. Now, we still have about 10,000 cases of active tuberculosis in the US every year, which is a lot. It's a tiny fraction of the overall burden of tuberculosis, but you see it in the same communities that you see it in Sierra Leone or in Indonesia or in India or anywhere else. You see it among people who are marginalized. You see it among people who are impoverished. You see it among people who are unhoused. You see it especially among people who live in crowded or work in crowded conditions, because that's where the disease most spreads. You see it people who spend a lot of time on public transport, especially really crowded public transport. So in a country like Sierra Leone, where most transport is incredibly crowded, where most housing has poor ventilation, where people live in crowded conditions, often, not always, but often, where they work in crowded conditions, it's just much easier for TB to spread. And the other thing is that we do a pretty good job, actually, like, I realize, and I will say this sort of generally, that public health is under threat around the world right now, but we do a pretty good job of preventing TB infections. So I was just speaking earlier today in the green room, actually, with a young woman who survived tuberculosis when she was 18, but she never actually developed what we call active disease because she was screened for TB, like everyone should be. They identified that she had the bug inside of her body, and then they gave her preventative medicine to cure it so that she never has to worry about developing active disease. And that should have been the story for Henry. That should be the story for every person who's exposed to TB. It's not that hard. It's just expensive. And I'm sure we'll get into why it's expensive and whether it needs to be expensive. But yeah, I think ultimately we still have TB in the United States. It's still a threat. We still need to devote resources to it. But because we have a lower rate of absolute poverty, because we have a lower rate of people living in crowded living conditions, we also have a lower rate of TB.
One of the arguments you pursue in the book, and I must say totally convinced me, is that you say our histories do not pay enough attention to disease.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott. It's wild. I mean, you go to college and you learn about trade routes and wars and kings and kings and kings and kings and king after emperor after king. And never do you learn about what actually kills almost everyone. Which is not war, fortunately. Which is not murder, fortunately. It's disease. Disease kills 93% of us. Like 93% of us will die of what we call natural causes. But in many cases, those causes are not natural. They're caused by failures of our social order to acknowledge and accept that all human beings are equally valuable. They're caused by resource distribution, failures of resource distribution. And so I do think that we should study disease more as a historical force, and I think the reason we don't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the reason we don't is that we like stories of human agency. Like, I like the idea that humans are shaping the human story, that like we are mostly the ones doing the work, and not bacteria, right? Like, that's a little alarming. if bacteria...
A little demeaning. I mean,
yeah. Because
I say that with respect to bacteria.
You better respect them.
Knowing the influence they can have.
Yeah. You better respect them. They're out for you. Spend a lot of time thinking about that, sir.
Wow.
And I think we like stories of humans doing human things that impact other humans, and we don't like stories of bacteria doing things that impact humans. But that said, the story of bacteria is the story of humans, because we build the systems and structures through which the bacteria flow. Like, we are the ones who blaze the trail of injustice that allows someone like Henry to get tuberculosis in the first place.
You write at one point, we know how to live in a world without TB, but we choose not to live in that world.
I think we do. I think we do. Now, it would not be easy. And like, one of the things that drives me a little nuts is when someone like me comes up on stage and says, like, tuberculosis is curable and preventable and we should live in a world without it. We should. That's all true. But like, it doesn't acknowledge the fact that malaria is also a huge driver of tremendous suffering, especially among children, or that HIV/AIDS is a driver of suffering, or that heart disease and cancer are drivers of suffering. And so, like, at some point, you know, what I don't want is for me to be out here saying, like, we got to cure tuberculosis at the expense of addressing the cancer crisis, or we got to cure tuberculosis at the expense of addressing the malaria crisis, because I just don't think that's true. I do think that TB is the world's best current barometer for the absolute injustice of poverty. I do think that, like, TB is, maybe cholera as well, as another disease that just is caused by poverty, not caused by the bacteria. Or in cholera's case, the virus, he said without a lot of confidence. No, it isn't bacteria, right? Whatever. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're in a generous audience.
Someone here will
loves
know
me.
the answer.
Okay, y'all know. That was a quiz. And so I do think we can live in a world without TB, but it would require sacrifice. It would require us to make big investments. I mean, think about the big investment the United States made with PEPFAR, this project to address HIV/AIDS in impoverished communities. Now, this was in the George W. Bush administration. A lot of people came together and decided the United States is going to work to lower the prices of drugs so that they're more accessible in impoverished communities, and the United States is going to create systems, is going to work with partners around the world to create systems so that those HIV drugs can actually get to the people who need them. And as a result, we've seen HIV death go down really, really dramatically in the last 20 years. Now, it was too late. It's still not sufficient. There are still too many people being born with HIV. And frankly, now, as a result of decisions being made around the world, there will be more kids needlessly born with HIV. And that is very, very frustrating. And I don't want to take away anything from the reality of that ongoing injustice and suffering. But the progress is also real, right? Like, one of the hardest things for me is, how do you hold the tension between the progress is real and the progress is insufficient? I don't know how to do that well, but that is something I think about a lot with TB, because while it is true that every person who dies of TB dies needlessly, it is also true that half as many people die of TB as died the year I graduated from college. That progress is real, that progress is insufficient. I don't know how to reconcile that. I do know that if we made the sacrifices that I think we should be making in order to ensure that all people have access to health care in the United States and globally, if we made the sacrifices that I think we should be making in order to ensure that someone like Henry can have access to basic care, then I think we would live in a better world.
Yeah. Tell us about Shreya Tripathi, a young woman from India who, well, I'll let you tell the story, but she was trying to survive but had to battle through the courts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She had to battle bureaucracy as well as tuberculosis, which is often the case with young people, especially living with TB, because they don't get the newest, best treatments. So Shreya Tripathi was a young woman who got tuberculosis. One of the reasons I know about her, actually, to bring it back to The Fault in Our Stars, is that she was a big fan of The Fault in Our Stars. I found this out many years later when one of her doctors reached out to me and told me this and put it in her, put it in writing about her. Anyway, Shreya was living with tuberculosis. Like Henry, she failed the second-line drugs, and like Henry, when she failed the second-line drugs, she was told, there are no options available for you. And Shreya said, well, what about this drug bedaquiline that is designed exactly for people who are in situations like mine? And the Indian healthcare system at the time said, no, we can't afford that. And so Shreya sued the government and won the case. She eventually won the case, arguing that bedaquiline should be available to her and people like her. But by the time she won the case, unfortunately, her lungs had been so damaged by tuberculosis that even though the drug did successfully kill all of the TB, she still died, because she essentially died the way that many TB patients do, just due to lack of oxygen and inability for her lungs to get enough oxygen in them to feed her body. And because of her heroism, because of what she did, because she stood up for her rights, many people today in India are successfully being treated with bedaquiline. And not only that, because of other activists and advocates, the price of bedaquiline, it was just announced a couple days ago actually, has gone down by about 80% from what it cost just 5 or 6 years ago. And that's not because it's made of platinum and we figured out how to mine platinum less expensively, right? We all know why it used to cost vastly more than it does now, which is that it used to be under patent, and then activists and advocates around the world basically pressured this company, Johnson & Johnson, that owned the patent and was trying to evergreen that patent to ensure that they could enjoy the patent for another 10 or 20 or 30 years. Activists and courts pressured Johnson & Johnson, and eventually J&J abandoned those efforts, and now there's generic competition, and as a result, bedaquiline is vastly less expensive. And I understand like the role that patents and intellectual property and stuff plays in our economy. Like, I am an author. Like, I understand the idea of, the value of intellectual property. But I also think that has to be balanced against the reality that many people are being denied access to life-saving care because of cost, especially in impoverished communities. It was just unthinkable. When curing multi-drug resistant tuberculosis costs $3,000 per person, it was really, really difficult for a country like Sierra Leone that has about $48 per person per year to spend on healthcare to justify that cost. That's not Sierra Leone's fault. That's the fault of the fact that it costs $3,000. Well, now it costs $280. And as a result, many more people in Sierra Leone and other impoverished countries are much more likely to be able to be effectively treated with tuberculosis medications, which means that every time we stop one of those chains of transmission, right? It's not like heart disease, it's not like cancer. Every time we stop one of those chains of transmission, that's all kinds of other people who don't get sick. And so every time we can kind of narrow the funnel, that's how we get to a place where we only have 10,000 cases of active TB in a country, is by ending those chains of transmission one at a time, and making the cure vastly less expensive takes us a long way down that road. And that is good news for impoverished healthcare systems, it's good news for people living with TB, ultimately it's good news for society. And yet, it isn't happening where it needs to be happening because of the patent protections on these life-saving drugs being applied in the poorest possible communities.
Let me ask you about another scintilla of the argument that some people in pharmaceuticals have given me over the years.
Yeah.
Which they have said, look, we need to make profits because we need to keep developing new treatments. And if you want to keep the level of treatment fine for the rest of our existence, we can do it very cheaply.
Right.
But we have to be ready in case something like COVID comes along, and we have to leap into action.
I think this is a good argument, and I think that's why pharmaceutical companies make plenty of money. They don't just pour money into research, though. If they did, I would find that argument incredibly compelling, but the truth is they pour a very small percentage of profit into research and pour a lot of profit into marketing and especially into shareholder returns. And I understand like that is the fiscal environment in which we work. That is the world in which we live, but I truly believe it's not the world in which we will always live. Like, Ursula K. Le Guin observed once, I think this is just brilliant. She observed once that we live in a world of, people in the 17th century in Europe lived in a world of absolute monarchy. They could not and did not understand that there was a world without absolute monarchy, and yet there was. And like, that will be the story for us as well.
How emotionally wrenching was it for you to write this story?
It was hard. I mean, all of my stories are hard. I mean, not that hard, not compared to like real work. It's make-believe. I guess this isn't make-believe. This is make-true. But like, the part that was hard was talking to Henry and Aissatou and other people living with tuberculosis and talking to families of people who died. It was emotionally difficult just because I am complicit in a lot of that. I'm not separate from the world. I'm not an observer of the world. I'm a participant in it, and I'm an extraordinarily privileged participant in it. And like, what does it say about me and my information feed and my resource distribution that I'm participating in this world in the way that I am? That was difficult for me. And then there's just the hard, I mean, honestly, it's hard to deeply love someone who lives far away. It's hard to deeply love someone who lives in really difficult circumstances. Like Henry is extraordinarily well supported today, but I know that lots of people in Sierra Leone aren't. I know that lots of people I know aren't, and that's difficult in a way. The hardest thing about writing the book, honestly, was like just being stuck with the facts. Facts are frustrating and stubborn and underrated at the moment, I should say.
Facts and alternative facts.
Yeah. Everybody's got their set of facts, I guess. But that's also what I love about writing nonfiction, is that I got to have so many wonderful conversations with Henry and with his mother and with his family. And I found, like, sometimes it's frustrating because you want someone to say something in a certain way so that you can put it in the book, right? Like, that's always on your mind. Like, it's frustrating that you're limited by the truth. As a novel writer, I get frustrated by being limited by the facts. But at the same time, I found that if I just listened to Henry longer and better, it was always there. There was always something richer than I could have imagined, or more interesting than I could have imagined. If I listened to Aissatou longer and more, there was always something better. And then the other thing that I did, I'm not a journalist. I don't know, your job seems very hard, but
no, Jesus, no.
The other thing I
wouldn't be doing it if it was that hard. I wouldn't be able to do it if it was that hard.
Yeah, I hear you.
My wife is in the audience laughing harder than anyone else at that one.
When I used to complain to my dad about writing, he would be like, what kind of jobs does it beat? And I'd be like, most. Anyway, I found that the other thing I tried to do was, because there's a cultural divide and a language divide and a physical divide, all kinds of divides between Henry and me, I would always try to repeat back what I heard from him to make sure that I got it, and I would often find that I didn't have it. I would also often repeat it back to him, and he'd be like, no, Dad, like, no, you don't, there's something important here you're not getting. And that was very helpful for me. So yeah, I recommend that to anybody who likes to ask people questions. Make sure you've actually got it.
You've mentioned Aissatou a couple of times. Let me get you to talk about her.
Yeah, so Henry's mom is a woman named Aissatou who grew up really you know, to hear her talk about her childhood is really one of those lovely things. She talks about being woven with her friends and with her family, and in this really tight-knit community that was very supportive of her. But then her lives and so many more were torn asunder by the Sierra Leonean Civil War, which lasted for 15 years and was just unbelievably terrible, like all war tends to be. And she had to move to Freetown. She eventually got married and had 2 children, Henry and Favor. And Favor was a young girl who was Henry's little sister. And they were very, very close. He would take her to kindergarten every morning when he was in 2nd or 3rd grade and pick her up at the end of every day. And then eventually Favor developed what was almost certainly a benign tumor in her throat. But even though it wasn't a cancer, it eventually closed off her windpipe and she died. And that's another example of, and she died when she was 7, and that's another example of someone whose life would have been saved by even fairly straightforward access to medical care, the kind of medical care that all of us expect and all of us deserve. And that was devastating for Aissatou, devastating for Henry, and then Henry got sick for the first time before that, and then he got sick again with tuberculosis when he was about 12, so just a few years after Favor's death. So, you know, Aissatou has had an incredibly challenging life. She started out selling perfumes and oils, like essential oils, in a marketplace. That was sort of how she scraped together a living, but it was very challenging. And as Henry got sick, it became almost impossible for her to make a living. Most people who have TB, I mean, part of the tragedy of TB is that it's a highly stigmatized disease. And so people living with tuberculosis are often abandoned by their families. I mean, I've had many nurses tell me that the hardest part of their job is not treating tuberculosis or seeing patients die. The hardest part of their job is burying patients alone with no one else to mourn them because they've been abandoned by their families. And Henry was incredibly fortunate that Aissatou never abandoned her. And he credits his survival as much to Aissatou as he does to the drugs that he was eventually able to receive. She would bring him extra food, which kept him well fed. I mean, they try to serve 3 meals a day at Laka Hospital, but it's really difficult. The constraints there, as Henry likes to say, are really extreme. And so there's a lot of people who can't get access to even the basics, even adequate nutrition. And when you're recovering from tuberculosis, you get so hungry because it's a wasting disease. And so as your body starts to feel better, you have this huge caloric deficit that's been building up, and you're so hungry and you simply can't get enough food. And so bringing him extra food, he thinks, was a big part of why he survived.
Is it 6 to 9 pills a day, right?
6 to 9 pills a day if you're lucky. More than that, I mean, Henry took 20,000 pills over the course of his 3 years being treated for tuberculosis. And toxic pills. I mean, he lost hearing in one ear. Yeah. He has all kinds of ongoing issues, and that's common. I mean, these pills, because it's not a huge market, because pharmaceutical companies aren't particularly incentivized to develop new antibiotics for tuberculosis, we have a lot of the same drugs we had in the 50s and 60s. And so these are not, you know, we've made a lot of progress with, for instance, chemotherapy drugs. We've not made a lot of progress with the drugs that treat TB.
And let me ask you about that incentivized aspect, because I know one of the things I've noticed, I'm afraid, covering disease and areas of conflict over the years, there is a real competition for public attention between famine, tuberculosis.
Yeah,
HIV.
oh my God, it's endless, right? I mean, the horrors abound in every direction.
And I'm afraid at some level it is a battle for attention. It's public relations, it's a struggle to get attention from...
It's a battle for attention, but isn't a lot of our attention going to like horse hoof cleaning videos?
I've got to catch up with those myself, but yes,
or other, I mean, you know, like that genre. Those are great, by the way.
I am a sucker for cute pet videos.
Well,
cute animal
yeah,
videos,
I mean, these are
must
not
say.
cute.
Yeah. Horse cleaning videos?
Yeah, they clean out the hooves and then they put a new shoe on. Oh, you know, I heard a woo. Somebody else has my TikTok algorithm.
I didn't know what I was missing, but
yes,
all right.
I think a lot of what we, my friend Amy Krauss Rosenthal, who died a few years ago, who was one of my mentors and one of my best friends, used to say, I don't mean closest friends, I mean like best friends, awesomest friends. She used to say, pay attention to what you pay attention to. And you're right. We can't pay attention all the time to the horrors that are coming from every direction, because they really are coming from every direction. And they're all real, right? Like, that's something I think is important to acknowledge and honor. Like, they're real. It's not that people are overreacting. It's not like, this is a very difficult moment in many, many ways. And tuberculosis is just one tiny part of that big pie. But it's the part I've chosen. And I have to trust other people to choose the rest of the pie. And they have to kind of trust me a little bit. But I think we are in a competition for attention as much as we're in a competition for resources, because we tend to solve the problems we pay attention to. We tend to solve the problems we know about, and we tend not to solve the problems we don't know about. And ultimately, that's why I wrote this book, is because I want TB to be on more people's radar. But I do worry sometimes, that's why I mentioned earlier, like, not at the expense of malaria, not at the expense of other diseases, because there are multiple crises. We just have to somehow expand the size of the pie to address them.
How do you decide what to write about? How do you decide now's time for a novel, now's the time for nonfiction?
Well, I mean, that would be great if I had a strategy. I mean, you can imagine the delight at my publishing house when I told them.
Oh, I want to do a book about tuberculosis.
Yeah. The next one's about tuberculosis.
Love it, yeah.
They were like, what do you know about tuberculosis? And I was like, as it happens, a lot. But no, they were actually very supportive, I should say, and I'm very grateful for that. But, I know why I stopped writing fiction, I think, which is that, like, I wrote this novel about a kid with OCD, and I have OCD, and people couldn't help but read me into the novel, right? Like, people couldn't help but see the ways that my own life, which I have made extraordinarily public through my own choice, has it affected and shaped that book, right? And what was so difficult about that for me was that I felt like I wasn't writing fiction. I was writing some kind of like nonfiction that people, or fiction that people were trying to turn into nonfiction. It was just very difficult for me to figure out how to manage that.
They weren't reading it as a novel?
It felt like they couldn't read it as a novel, right? Like, you can't say like, hey, the author is dead. Do not pay attention to the author, but do follow me on Blue Sky. Right? Like, you can't say that. It's not fair. And so I felt a little defensive. I felt like that. I felt like, why can't you just read this as a novel? Well, how could they? I'm on their Instagram feed nonstop. I'm trying to get their attention in all kinds of different ways. I'm trying to sell them coffee, and here at the same time, I'm also saying, like, but don't read me into the novel. Read this as a work of fiction. But they can hear my voice sometimes when they read it, because, they've paid attention to that, and that's something that I'm grateful for. And so it was a hard thing to figure out my way through, and then eventually I decided, well, I'll just write as myself. That solves the problem. What if I wrote about myself as myself? And so that's what I've tried to do since. And even in Everything is Tuberculosis, well, it's obviously not about me, hopefully, if I did my job. Hopefully it's about tuberculosis mostly. Even in that, though, I knew that I had to be there. Like, I had to acknowledge my place in the story.
They're characters. I mean, you bring characters to life.
Yeah, and I have to be one of those characters. Like, so that said, I miss writing fiction. I would like to write fiction again. I hope I will.
I like your fiction.
Thanks, man. That means a lot.
I hope you return to it, and I think I can. I mean, I can't speak for the entire editorial process, but I think if you were to write another novel, there's a possibility that you could get a very high-profile interview.
That would be pretty special.
Yeah.
That would be pretty special.
To add to the widespread public optimism nowadays.
Yes.
TB is actually rising in the United States, isn't it?
It is. TB is getting worse in the United States, and unfortunately, I mean, it had been getting, so we've been seeing, I'll talk about the US and the world. In the US, it's definitely getting worse. We're gonna cross 10,000 cases a year for the first time in like 15 years. It's not a good situation, and that's partly because of the hollowing out of our public health systems and our inability to identify TB earlier and stop chains of transmission. So we've seen a significant outbreak in Kansas over the last few years. I talked with a TB doctor a few weeks ago who just lost someone, had someone die of TB in Indianapolis, where I live. And so usually TB isn't fatal in the United States, but occasionally it still can be, especially if it's diagnosed very late. And so that's getting worse. And then globally, we were starting to see things get better. They got much worse during COVID because so much of the global health resources had to go to addressing COVID, which is totally appropriate, I guess. But then it was getting better. And so this year was the lowest rate of TB I think we've ever seen, but it's going to get worse. There's no two ways about it. I mean, if you think of the history of tuberculosis as a long staircase, and we start out on the bottom stair with like Hippocrates telling his students, don't even try to treat this disease, it'll make you look like a bad doctor. And we slowly work our way up the staircase. Eventually we develop a vaccine. It's not very good, but it's a vaccine. 100 years ago, we developed some drugs to treat TB. They're not very good at first, but they get a little bit better in the 1950s and 60s. And then we develop preventative therapy, and we slowly walk up this staircase. We get better diagnostic tools. Well, we fell down the staircase in the last several months, and that's centered here, but this is not the only place where it's an issue. It's also an issue in Europe, where people are pulling back from global health funding, and so that will have a direct result of more people getting tuberculosis, unfortunately, and ultimately more people dying.
What can a book do that Instagram can't?
Oh, that's a great question, Scott. Whew, a lot.
I mean, you could have just...
I mean, it's a great question, and I think the answer is something. I heard...
That's really...
And scene.
Could we pause? I think everybody here wants to write that down. The answer is something.
Yeah. It reminds me of this mayor of Birmingham, Alabama, who ran for re-election on the campaign slogan, "Let's do something." Not something good necessarily, but something.
Yeah.
For the love of God. No more inaction. He's in prison now.
He's not an Illinois politician.
No. Yeah,
I'm kind of proud of that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So anyway, I think the answer is something. Last night, I got to hear Chimamanda Adichie speak, and I know. It was incredible. I recommend going on C-SPAN's archives and listening to what she had to say. It was really, really beautiful. And one of the things that she said is that literature is intimate. There is a closeness when you're reading that there isn't when you're watching Instagram, because you're the co-creator of that story. Like, the way you read the book or listen to the book or engage with the book is fundamentally different from how anyone else will, just because that's the reality. Like, you are making the story as much as I am making the story. You're choosing when to skip paragraphs because they're boring. You're choosing when to settle your eyes on a certain sentence or write it down or underline it or dog-ear the page or whatever. And there's a closeness in reading that I think if you do a good job, you make those characters so real for the reader that they care about them in a way that you don't care about even someone close to you. Like, if you think about the way that we talk about even the people who are close to us, you said my spouse, my best friend, my sibling. It's always in the context of myself. But when I'm, hopefully when you're reading this book, Henry isn't anything to you. It's that you're as close to being Henry as we can get in this world. Like, it's as close as you can get outside of yourself to being someone else.
And tell us about Henry. It's one of the great pleasures of the book is getting getting to know him, getting instilled a little bit by his extraordinary spirit and his smile.
He does have an extraordinary spirit, and Henry was eventually able to access the drugs that he needed to survive TB. He was cured of the disease. Now, he lost most of what would have been his high school years to being in this hospital. But he was able to kind of take a crash course in, not literally, in high school, get through high school really quickly because he's, not only is he bright, he's incredibly hardworking. Like Henry and I talk almost every day, and like every day he's studying. He studies nonstop. And today he is a senior at the University of Sierra Leone. He's studying human resources, which I know is a disappointment. Just kidding. That's my favorite joke.
It's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's just an incredible, and his mother is doing really well. And you know, they are, like I said earlier, you know, now in a situation where they're well supported and have, you know, the life that that wasn't available to them for so long, and that they have always deserved. And so, you know, they just got solar power in their house, so now Henry can read at night, which he's very excited about because his big complaint was that he could only study during the daytime hours. And now he's studying at night as well, and he's just doing great. He's a really good student, and I know he has a really bright future.
Yeah. And speaking of the future, do you know what's next for you?
Well, I kind of do, actually, but I'm not supposed to talk about it, but I will since you asked. I'm a people pleaser. I'm writing a novel. I'm writing a novel about...
Oh, good.
Yeah. It's a Hollywood novel, so it's about two kids in a movie and the industry and fame and all that jazz.
And you've learned.
I've had a little bit of exposure to it, yeah. So I get to write about, again, read it as a novel. The author is dead. Do not pay attention to the author, says the author loudly. But yeah, I do have some personal experience on that one.
All right. Well, I'll look forward to that. I think we'll all look forward to that. Everything is Tuberculosis, the history and persistence of our deadliest infection. This is an important book. I dare say, boy, I don't want to say you'll learn a lot from it because it sounds like I'm being, you will enjoy it. It will lift your heart. It's a tough story in many ways, but it will lift your heart to know that there are so many good people who are doing something and figuring out ways to live and trying to make our world better. So I'm so glad you did this book. John Green, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Scott. What a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Library of Congress National Book Festival. I'm Shari Werb, the director of the Library of Congress's Center for Learning, Literacy, and Engagement. And on behalf of all of us at the library, we're thrilled that you're here. This is the 25th time we've produced the National Book Festival, and I want to thank First Lady Laura Bush and the Librarian of Congress at that time, James Billington, for having the vision to found this festival and everything it stands for. I hope you had a great day today at the festival. We hope you'll visit us at the Library of Congress on Capitol Hill to do research about subjects that you're interested in, or to see the beautiful Jefferson Building, or to attend one of our Live at the Library events, when we keep the library open until 8:30 p.m. on Thursday nights and present dynamic, free events. Lots of applause, yay. You all in particular will want to know that although we haven't announced this on our site yet, we are producing a really fun event the night of Thursday, October 23rd, called Scary Book Night, when adult horror writers will be talking about their latest new books. You can register for free tickets about 1 month before October 23rd at loc.gov. Hope to see you all there. You can be part of making free events like the National Book Festival and monthly Family Days possible by joining the Friends of the Library of Congress. In addition to public programs, Library Friends help extend the library's reach in so many ways, from creating new educational resources to supporting interns and fellows to increasing access to digital content. Gifts from friends allow people everywhere to benefit from the library's rich collections and programs. Consider being a friend of the library, and you can find out more at loc.gov/friends. Now, RL Stine, what can I say? He's a unique institution in American children's literature. He is, of course, the best-selling author of Goosebumps, which recently celebrated its 30th anniversary and has more than 400 million books in print in 32 languages, but his most recent books are The Last Sleepover and Stein Tingler's 4, three chilling tales by the master of scary stories. Frankly, I'm shocked he said yes to being one of our headliners, because the last time he came to the Library of Congress, our literary director, Clay Smith, interviewed him on stage in a spooky mummy outfit. Clay is interviewing him again tonight, but I checked, and he's wearing regular clothing. Let's welcome them both to the stage.
Hi. Hey.
How's it feel to be back at the National Book Festival?
Terrible. I'm sure it'll get better as we talk.
Yeah.
No, I have to tell you why I'm especially glad to be here tonight. This is why I'm especially glad. I did a book signing down in Baltimore a few weeks ago, and a teacher came up to the table, and she said, "Can I have my picture taken with you? The kids all think you're dead." That's why I'm especially glad to be here tonight. And before we start, I just want to tell you an Instagram post that I got this morning, a message that I got this morning. I love this. Dear RL Stine, thank you for introducing me to reading. Thank you for introducing me to horror. You are the biggest influence on my life. Without you, I wouldn't be a professional juggler today. That's great, right?
Yeah.
It's a perfect message. Now you talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want everybody to send positive vibes to Bob. These are his debut books, and this is his first event as a writer. So, so these are. Bob is nothing if not prolific. This one is published by Scholastic, this one by Macmillan. Bob has already done his signing. I guess, I don't know if the camera can do a close-up on this cover of Stine Tingler's 4. This is Bob's series of shorter stories or novellas. And this, I do not know what you did to this poor girl.
That cover's gruesome.
Yeah.
It's really gruesome.
I guess my first serious question for you is your family ever embarrassed to know you?
I actually got a letter from a kid who said, "I'm sure your family is proud of you no matter what anyone says." No, I think they like the checks.
Yeah.
I think they enjoy that part.
Yeah.
You know, Stine Tinglers is my short story series.
Yeah.
And originally I wanted to do one book. I thought kids would like a book of short stories. And I said, let's do a book of 10 short stories. And my editor at Macmillan said, okay, let's do 3 of them. I want to do 1, right? And this is Stine Tingler's 4.
Yeah.
So first ones, I wrote 30 short stories, which is like writing 30 novels.
Yeah.
Because they all have to have a beginning, a middle, a twist, right? And
setting, plot.
And I was complaining about it. I said, it's a lot of short stories. Come on, 30. And I was complaining about it to this author who should be more popular. His name's Jonathan Mayberry. And you know Jonathan Mayberry? Yeah, a few, yeah. And I said, Jonathan, I had to write 30 short stories. And he said, I just finished my 500th.
Wow.
So I had to shut up.
Yeah. Did you, what did you read as a child? Were you always into spooky?
Everyone always asked me, what children's books did you like when you were a kid? And I read only comic books. I only liked comic books. I didn't read books.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, there were these great scary comic books called Tales from the Crypt and The Vault of Horror. They were gruesome, bloody comics, and they all had funny twist endings. So you can see it was a very big influence on my life.
Yeah.
And I used to read them at the barber shop. The barber shop had a big stack of them. And one day I brought these comics home. I bought 2, and I brought them home, and my mother stopped me at the door, and she said, I'm sorry, you can't have these. This is trash. You can't have these. So this is a true story. I used to go every Saturday morning and get a haircut so that I could see. I had less hair then than I do now when I was a kid, just so I could read these comic books.
Yeah. So,
I will go on if you like. I tell you how I became a reader.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, this is a nice story about a librarian.
Yeah.
Which is always good, right?
Yes, we love those stories.
When I was 9 or 10, my mom dropped me off. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. And she dropped me off at the little library on Main Street. And the librarian was waiting for me. And she said, Bobby, I know you like comic books. I have something else I think you will like. And she took me to a shelf of Ray Bradbury stories. And yes, and those stories, I couldn't believe them. They were so imaginative and so beautifully written and all had twist endings. And Ray Bradbury and that librarian really turned me into a reader.
Oh, that's
and then
so great.
I started reading books from then on.
Yeah. And you got to meet Ray Bradbury as an adult, didn't you?
I met Ray Bradbury once.
Yeah.
This is a terrible, embarrassing story. But no. I mean, he was really my hero, you know, so important in my life. And I was at the LA Times Book Festival, and there was Ray Bradbury in a publisher's booth eating a hot dog. And my wife said, go over and introduce yourself. And I said, oh, I couldn't. I couldn't. No, I couldn't do it. She said, no, he's important to you. Go introduce yourself. And I said, no, really, I couldn't. So I worked up my courage, and I walked over to Ray Bradbury. And I was like a kid. I was shaking. And I said, Mr. Bradbury, you're my hero. And he shook hands with me and he said, well, you're a hero to a lot of other people.
Oh,
it's just
that's
a
so
great moment.
Yeah.
And and then I burst into tears. No, it was horrible. Horrible. It was like too nice. You know, when something is too nice.
Yeah.
But then I got myself together. We had a really nice talk.
Well, we'll keep it mean during this.
Oh,
event.
yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, I don't know if everyone knows that your writing career started as a journalist, but not a real journalist, because Bob worked at a tabloid, or a series of tabloid magazines. One publisher who published, I think you said, 6 different film magazines. And your assignment from, I guess, the editor was to just make up
interviews with the stars.
Yeah.
That was my first job when I moved to New York. She had 6 movie magazines. She had to fill them up every month.
Yeah.
And I would come in the morning and she'd say, do an interview with the Beatles. Do an interview with Diana Ross. And I would sit down, type, and write an interview. We made up everything. It was a really good job. And then I learned how to write really fast. I had to write 3 or 4 interviews a day, and how to make up stuff.
And you got your first Pulitzer.
And I got that didn't quite work out.
So you are a writer who deeply outlines. This practice of having to make up stuff for your editor in the film world, did that sort of deadline life, did that transfer to your real fictional life? And
yeah.
I mean, because you've published so much,
cut out
and
for
so
it. I'm pretty much a machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's factory work.
And so,
writing these books is factory work.
Yeah.
No, I'm cut out for it. I'm very lucky I can write fast.
Yeah.
And, kids always ask me, how do you do it? And what do you do about writer's block? And, it just reminded me, another letter I got from a kid just recently. It said, RL Stine, I'm a teenager and I'm writing a novel. Could you tell me what to do about burnout?
Yeah.
It's a teenager.
Right.
Anyway, what I do is I really, and people hate to hear this, I do outline every single book I write before I write it. I do a very complete chapter by chapter outline. This happens in chapter 1. This is the chapter ending. This is, and I have the ending in mind. So when I sit down to write the book, I know everything that's going to happen in the book. I've done all the thinking.
Yeah.
And I can just enjoy the writing. And kids always ask about writer's block. What do you do about? I say, if you do this kind of preparation, and if you plan this much in advance, how can you have writer's block? You know where you're going.
Yeah.
You know your middle, you know your ending.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but, you probably do, but another master of fright, Alfred Hitchcock, he would storyboard the film to such a great degree that when it came to the actual shoot, it was just execution for him instead of really, letting any mishaps happen.
Yeah,
and I think
he basically outlined the movie.
Yeah, and there are maybe writers who are listening to us who might say, well, what if you change your mind? What about the creative process and being sort of inspired in the middle of a narrative? Do you ever change the outline?
You get ideas while you're writing.
Yeah.
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 But it's a real help to know where you're going.
Yeah.
There was that wonderful line in the Goosebumps movie, which I wish I had written. No, Jack Black is a teacher. He's at the end of the movie, and he's teaching an English class. And he says, every book has a beginning, a middle, and a twist. It's just the perfect line. I wish I'd written it.
Yeah.
The Goosebumps movie with Jack Black playing me is now streaming on Peacock. Just started streaming.
Yeah, for a low monthly fee.
Yeah, and some guy wrote an article about it, that it's streaming, because it was 10 years ago we did that movie. And the guy wrote, the Jack Black movie everyone forgot about is now on Peacock. The movie everyone forgot about. Why? Why did they forget about it?
And he was you.
What?
And he was you.
Jack was me.
Yeah.
A lot of, Jack and I are like twins, right? No, people mistake us all the time.
Yeah. Well, you are so funny, and I mean, on stage and in print, and it's sort of embarrassing to ask a serious question about humor writing, but at the risk of doing that, one of the things, humor and horror are so interconnected, and I wonder, if you could talk a little bit about how humor actually helps a horror narrative be better at being horror.
Yeah. Well, in Goosebumps, I use humor when I think a scene is getting too intense, and I put in something funny.
Yeah.
But you're right, there's such a close relationship between funniness and horror. I mean, when you could sneak up behind somebody and you go, boo, what's the first thing they do? They gasp, right? And then they laugh.
Yeah.
It's like the same visceral reaction.
Well, if you scared the right person, they laugh.
Well, yeah, good point. But see, there's something wrong with me. No, come on. There's something wrong with my brain because horror, I never get scared by horror. I don't get scared by a Stephen King novel or a horror movie. Horror makes me laugh.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah.
But that's wrong. I mean, people come up to me and they say, after I read your book, I had to leave all the lights on, I locked my doors. I've never had that feeling. I don't know what that's like.
Well, but how do you know when you've crossed the line for a kid? When you've written something that's a little too harsh?
Well, I've done it so long now. But I have one rule for Goosebumps, and that is the kids have to know that it's a fantasy. They have to know that it could never happen. And if they know that, they know this is just a fantasy story, I can go really far with the scares. But we don't want them to think this actually could happen and could be real.
Yeah.
I have to keep the real world out.
Yeah. Well, we did we had another event in our children's programming earlier today, for middle grade readers with Tiffany Jackson and Paul Tremblay, who we had to think a little bit about it because both books are pretty, I don't know, gory is the right word, but they go to a level
they are.
of horror.
I read Tiffany's book.
Yeah, that is harsher than what you do, and so you're really going after a different aesthetic or.
True. Well, of course, in Fear Street, I kill a lot of teenagers. Why do people like that so much? No, they love it when you kill teenagers. They love that. The Fear Street movies on Netflix? Yeah. It's a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Really, I'm actually shocked by those movies, the Fear Street movies.
Yeah.
They're actually R-rated. It's just teenagers getting sliced.
Yeah.
Right? I've never done anything R-rated. Even my life isn't R-rated. I don't know how that happened.
You've been writing for a while, and I'm interested to know if you think that the boogeyman or the monster during your writing career has changed. Because in The Last Sleepover, the latest book in your Goosebumps House of Shivers series, there is a real ghost.
It's a ghost story.
It's a ghost story, but the ghost is using very modern tech to scare the humans in the house.
It's a smart house. Everything is
programmed.
Yeah.
And so you're commenting, obviously, on sort of the encroachment of tech in our lives and the ways in which tech can actually be quite scary. And you would not have written about that, I think, in the 80s.
But it is an old-fashioned ghost story.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
but with all the technology added. You have to be so careful. And technology ruins these stories. The cell phone ruins every story you could possibly write.
Right, because you can't do that.
You know, I used to write these teen books where this poor girl is getting very frightening phone calls. You say, who is that? Who's calling me? Who is it? Now you look on the screen, you know who it is. The book is over, right?
Yeah.
Your book is ruined.
Yeah.
And, you know, five teenagers in a cabin. One of them is a murderer. He's killing them one by one. 911, where you call on the phone, and I spend a lot of time like getting cell phones out of the story, finding a way to get rid of them so they don't ruin the story. It's very dangerous too for a writer because the technology changes every 2 weeks. It's right? It's totally different.
Yeah. And kids are up on the latest tech, and they're going to judge you.
I looked at some old book, some book I wrote in 1989, and this girl is saying, I'm the only girl in my class with a Palm Pilot and a beeper. That's horrible, right?
Yeah.
What is that?
You get pretty great letters and comments from your readers. I think you brought some.
Would you like to hear?
Yeah.
I brought some real letters from kids. These are, I'm not making these up.
This is not going to be sentimental, so.
Oh, yeah, there won't be a dry eye in the house. Right. That's what I do. These are real letters. Maybe I need my glasses to read, I don't know. Dear RL Stine, I really enjoy your books, but I'm having trouble keeping up with them. Do you think you could stop writing for a while? Encouragement from your readers, right? I love your books. You're the scariest man on earth. I want to know everything about you. Do you have hair? Why? Why? Dear R.L. Stine, have you written anything I've read? Dear R.L. Stine, I'm 10 years old and in the 5th grade. I'm writing to you because our teacher told us we had to. I don't know if you remember me or not, but when you came to my school, I'm the one who stepped on your foot. I do remember that. These are good. These are real. These are real letters. Here are a few more. Dear R.L. Stine, you are my second favorite author. That was the whole letter. Talk about keeping you in suspense, right? Dear R.L. Stine, I'm your biggest fan. I read your book so much, I need my parents to escort me to the bathroom. I don't get that one. I really don't. I don't get that one at all. Here's my favorite, my all-time favorite letter from a kid. You probably heard me tell this. From a boy. Dear R.L. Stine, I've read 40 of your books and I think they're really boring. It's a perfect letter.
Budding.
It's a perfect letter.
Yeah, budding literary critic over there.
Yeah.
Is it really true that the first step in writing a book for you is that you come up with the title before the narrative, the plot?
Yeah, I don't try to think of ideas anymore. Because I've done every story a human can do. There's nothing left, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing left. So honestly, I just try to think of titles. And then the title leads me to an idea.
Yeah.
You know, I was walking my dog in the park, and these words flashed into my head. Say cheese and die. Right? Why? I don't know. I'm walking the dog. So I'm thinking, well, what if there's an evil camera? And what if kids discover it? And what if it takes pictures of bad things that happen in the future? And that's how it came from the title. And I've done, that's really how I work. It's backwards for most authors. Most authors have an idea, they'll write, and then later think of a title. But I have to have the title first. Sometimes I'll have an idea for a story, and I can't think of a good title, and I throw out the idea.
Oh, that's great. Okay, I've got one more question.
Okay, I'm working on a Goosebumps, I'm right in the middle of it now for next year, called What We Do at Night. And everyone hates that title. No, they hate it. They say, that's not like Goose, but the cover is done, so that has to be the title. So that's for next year.
So last question for me, and then we'll open it up to you all. And we've got mics here on both sides of the stage. You know, I read both of these books. In the last sleepover, Emma Lee, our protagonist, is a little girl who gets into a closet in her house and never comes out of the closet. And so she is a ghost, but she's also sort of living. Like we don't quite. She's gone from human to ghost.
We don't have dead kids in Goosebumps.
Well, she is.
I've never done. You know, usually if you're a ghost, it's from a long time ago.
Right.
I mean, no one ever dies in Goosebumps.
She's been in this house for 10 years. And she never reappeared. And in the first story in this book, it's actually a sort of homage to what you just said, to your own childhood, where there's a little boy who goes to the comic store, goes in the discontinued room where the discontinued comics are, and enters a sort of imaginary escape where he is being haunted by all of the discontinued heroes, or sort of villains, I guess, of these comics. And the thing that I admire about both of those is that it's this existential kind of horror. Emma Lee is stuck in this closet for 10 years, and Rory, or I think Tony, is stuck in this discontinued, you know, sort of hellscape and he doesn't know how to get back in. He doesn't know where to go next.
He'll never get home.
And I wondered about that, you know, that sort of existence itself being sort of scary. You know, we don't know where we're going in life, and
well, what's scary to kids? Getting lost, not knowing how to get back, being somewhere strange. It's basic.
Well, it scared me, and I was reading both of these books. So let's start over here.
No, you're right. That's like the basic scare. Right.
Not knowing, getting lost and not knowing where to be. Okay. So let's ask our first question.
Hi. Sort of two questions. The first is, how do you two know each other? And the second is, are there...
You know each other?
You seem to get a lot of fan mail. I'm wondering if there's any stories that kind of stand out from the rest of kids saying that, like, this particular story scarred me for life.
Is there like
stories? What?
Like any particular stories that you wrote that like people are writing to you saying like this was the one that like was very scary for me.
Well, I hear about Slappy the Dummy. You know, and which I don't really. How do we know each other? We did that event a couple years ago. So
Bob
I met
came
you
to
at
the
library
Library of Congress a few years ago, and
right.
Sherry's right. I did dress up as a mummy, which was the weirdest
you
thing
know,
I've ever done.
I don't really understand Slappy the Dummy. I don't know why he's scary, but I don't really get it. You know, but it was in my contract, this is true, that every other Goosebumps book had to be about Slappy. Every other one. I've written 15 books about a dummy that comes alive. I even killed him once. I wrote the ghost of Slap. I'm sick of him. No, hey, don't. No one heard that. No one heard that.
You know that violates your contract to kill Slappy.
Yes, no one heard that.
Okay, over here.
Hello, my name's Eileen. I guess I would ask, considering your history, what would you say to parents who try to restrict what their children like read or have exposure to, whether in film or books or just entertainment in general?
You're not going to get me in trouble with parents.
Okay.
No way. There's no way I would talk about that.
Or
But I mean,
something that
you
encourages.
do find the best thing to get kids reading, which is, getting harder and harder, is to let them pick what they want to read.
That's great.
Yeah.
Deserves applause. But I'm not telling parents that. I'm not giving advice.
No, maybe not.
No way.
That's a very good answer, sir.
Oh,
You are
I'm glad. No, it's really true, and you can see if you let them pick what they're going to read, they'll read more.
Yeah, I just watched Footloose recently, and it's not well, I guess you could say the hair is scary in it, but they start burning books. So you start thinking, like, we don't want to worry about that. We want our kids to be able to grow their own education the way they'd like to. So
that's right.
We appreciate your story. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Ilea. I have a question about if you had to translate the great format that you've perfected over all the Goosebumps books that you used to scare kids. If you had to scare adults, what are some of those simple fears that you tap into? Like you mentioned being alone for kids. Is it like taxes for adults, or what are you?
Listen, I've written 4 novels for adults, and no one's noticed. No, they're horrible flops. And I once swore I would never write for adults again. Why would anyone want to write for grown-ups?
Well, they're terrible.
My audience is the best.
Yeah.
Why would you write for them? And then I have to say, I'm writing a thriller for adults for next year.
Okay, awesome. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to. I'm an adult. I know what's scary.
Clowns are still up there.
Well,
even from a kid, clowns are still up there for me, so it might translate.
Listen, I don't get that either. I don't get slappy. I have some friends who are circus clowns.
Yeah. Oh,
they're the sweetest people on earth. They are. Why should clowns be scary? Really?
It's when they're carrying the axe and it's like the makeup's coming off. That's like it's at that point.
Anna, I'm telling you, sweetest people on earth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Hello. So we actually met earlier during the book signing from Columbus. But just a quick question. So like you said, next year you're going to be releasing a thriller book for adults. But have you ever thought of switching or trying another genre?
No.
No.
No, well, I write, I don't really care about scary stuff. I'm not really into horror.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone. I just care about funny stuff.
Yeah.
I was always funny. And I wrote joke books for kids, and I did a humor magazine for 10 years.
Yeah.
I was always funny. It wasn't even my idea to write scary books.
Interesting.
It's embarrassing.
Whose was it? Whose idea
What?
was it?
An editor.
Oh, okay.
My editor came to lunch, and she was angry at somebody who wrote teen horror.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote funny stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And she said, I'm never working with him again. He'll remain nameless. Christopher Pike.
Okay.
And she said, go home and write a teen horror novel called Blind Date. She gave me the title. I didn't know what she was talking about. What's a teen horror novel? And I had to run to the bookstore and buy Lois Duncan and Christopher Pike and all these people to find out. And then Blind Date came out, and it was a #1 bestseller.
Wow.
And I thought, wait a minute, forget the funny stuff. Right? I've been scary ever since.
Yeah. Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, over here.
So first off, I just want to say it's amazing to have you here. I grew up on you. Used to walk 2 miles to the library every summer day during summer vacation while I was in elementary and middle school just to read your books, and they gave me an outlet
That's impressive. Thank you.
to get away from my home life that was very abusive. But I guess most of us here grew up on you. What advice do you have for the adults that used to read your books? Because you are a staple, I think, in everybody's lives here.
What kind of advice do you want?
I don't know.
Why? Why do people want advice from me? I never give advice. No, I know you adults. I know what I am to you. I'm nostalgia. How would you like to be nostalgia? That took a long time to get used to, believe me. But now I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the different generations. It's almost too nice for me when I did the signing this afternoon, and these people coming up and saying, "You were my childhood. Thank you, for getting me through a hard childhood." It's almost too much for me. It's too nice, really. But here's when I'm going to quit. When somebody comes up to me in line and says, "My grandmother loves your books." That's it for me. That's when I quit.
Over here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Victoria. So really quick before I ask my question, when I was like 10, I watched like the first season of Goosebumps, and I was never able to watch it again because it like scared me so much. I had such bad nightmares from it. But
oh, you're going to send me your shrink bills.
Anyway, my best friend is obsessed with your Fear Street like trilogies and your book series. What if you had to pick a Fear Street book to live in? Which one would it be?
To live in? No. No, I don't want to live in that. No. But I'll tell you my favorite Fear Street that no one ever mentions. It's called Switched. It's very early, about two girls who switch bodies. They go out in the woods and they switch bodies. And the one girl doesn't know the other girl has just murdered her parents. And now she's stuck in her body. No one ever mentions that book to me. It's my favorite one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That shut the crowd down. Okay. Okay, over here.
Are any of your books based on actual murders?
One Goosebumps book was inspired by something that happened in real life. Only one. The Haunted Mask, which is about this girl, Carly Beth, who wants to be scary at Halloween time. And she pulls on a mask, and it sticks to her face, and she can't get it off, and it turns her evil. And that book was inspired by my son, Matt, when he was, no, really. When he
and
was
I'd love to welcome Matt to the stage.
He was a little guy, he was like 4 years old. And it's Halloween time, I'm watching him from the doorway, and he's down on the floor, and he tried on a green rubber Frankenstein mask, and he couldn't get it off. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching him, he's tugging, and I thought, what a great idea. I should have helped him. Right? Instead, I went making notes. Great story. And that's the only one that's really inspired by something real.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got time for maybe one on each side.
So this is a good follow. My name's Jay, by the way, but this is a good follow-up to that. Is it true that you based your characters in the past on your son and his friends? And do you still do that ever?
Well, he's 45 now.
Any grandchildren?
I do. I'll take my grandson. My grandson, Dylan, came to a talk I gave at Barnes & Noble in New York. And afterwards, I said, Dylan, did you like the ghost story I told? And he said, I liked it when you told it last year. That's mean. Wait, what was your question?
If you incorporate any people you know?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. But when he was in school, Matt, I had his school directory with all the names of all the kids at his school, and I used all their names in Goosebumps.
Thank you.
Okay, the last question over here.
Hello, my name is Drew, and I'm honored to meet you, Mr. Stine. And
Thank you, Drew.
my first book, and I've seen this in both the TV show and the book, The Cuckoo Clock of Doom. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
And hold on, if you wanted to become something other than an author, what would it be?
I don't know. It's all I've ever done. It's the only thing I'm good at. You could ask my wife. I don't know. I think if I would like to be a seal in the Central Park Zoo.
I come see you.
They have a great life.
I see you.
They swim, people throw fish at them. I don't really have a serious answer.
Oh, live the seal life, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
We've got a special, I'm sorry, we don't have time for any more questions. We've got a special person coming up to the stage, our acting Librarian of Congress here at the library. But first, before Robert comes up, I just really want to thank you for coming back to the festival, being one of our headliners.
I always enjoy talking with you. Thank you. You have a great time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we're supposed to leave when he comes up.
Yep. And thank you all for...
thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to the National Book Festival. And now I think Robert is going to come up on stage and we are going to leave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm Robert Newland, and I'm the Acting Librarian of Congress. And why do I have to follow RL Stine? I mean, that's cruel. That's really cruel. So I've got two really important questions to ask you. First of all, did you have a good time today? Okay. Okay. So here's the real critical question. Should we do this again next year? Okay. I'm really glad to have this endorsement because all of the library staff were like, are we going to do this next year? Are we going to do this next year? And I said, I've had a great time today. Everybody I've seen has had a great time. So this just confirms for me. So I really appreciate your feedback there. Just want to tell you about a couple things. Mark your calendars for Thursday, September 25th, for an event at the library. Popular science writer Mary Roach will be in conversation about her new book, Replaceable You, Adventures in Human Anatomy. And you can get free tickets at loc.gov. I'm going to take just a minute and thank our supporters, because we absolutely could not do this without them. First of all, our festival co-chair, David Rubenstein. He has been an unwavering supporter for many years. Our charter sponsors are the Institute of Museum and Library Services, yes, General Motors, and the library's James Madison Council. Our patron sponsors, the Friends of the Library of Congress and the library's John W. Kluge Center. And finally, our champion sponsor, the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. A big thanks to our many friends and media partners and exhibitors. And I want to close with thanking all of literally the hundreds of volunteers that helped us put this on. Library of Congress staff, the Junior League, lots and lots of other people all participated in volunteering. So with that, I want to thank you for being here. I hope all of you will visit the Library of Congress, either in person, preferably, or at loc.gov. And I want to thank you for being here, and please enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you.
Are we still streaming this?